Welcome everyone to the monthly meeting of the Knox County Planning Commission. I am Tim Hill, Chair of the Planning Commission, and I'll be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is Executive Director of Knox County Planning, Jeff Welch, and the Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakeney. I would like to call this meeting to order, and I'll now ask Ms. Karen to call the roll.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Commissioner Uten?
Here.
Commissioner Boyer?
Here.
Commissioner Phillips?
Here.
Commissioner Huber?
Here.
Commissioner Shelto?
Here.
Commissioner Perez? Commissioner Browning has informed us he's unable to come. Commissioner Higgins?
Here.
Commissioner Levinson?
Here.
Commissioner Adams?
Here.
Commissioner Roth?
Here.
Commissioner Barger?
Here.
Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Commissioner Midas?
Here.
Commissioner Hill?
Here.
It's 14 present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Karen. Participating today are planning commissioners as well as planning staff and various representatives of city and county agencies. The planning commissioners are citizens from the city and county who have been appointed by either the city mayor or county mayor. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to the community. Now a word about how the discussion will take place. After each item is called, I'll read the staff's recommendation. On certain items, I'll call on staff to comment. At this time, the applicant may address the commission or defer his or her opening remarks and allow any opposition to speak first. The applicant and those in support of the applicant will be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. I will then ask for other comments from the floor. The opposition will also be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. If either side wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, you'll need to reserve time from your allotted 5 minutes. Applicants and citizens who register to participate and are attending the meeting in person will be asked to come to the podium and share their name and address for the record where their item is heard. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item and have not registered to do so in advance, please raise your hand when the item is read into the record. I will then indicate when it is time for you to speak, and you can approach the podium at that time. You'll be asked to sign in at the podium as well as state your name and address for the record. The Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. Speakers should limit their remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating comments that have been previously presented to the Planning Commission. Because of the number of items we have before us, groups in favor or opposed to an item have been asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. If you have any items that you'd like to make a part of the record, please submit those documents to knoxplanning.org/share. Please identify the file number and meeting date in your submittal. I hope all of you have reviewed the agenda package from Planning's website. In addition to the agenda, there is information on the website related to how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on individual cases. Many of the items we vote on require further action from City Council or County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to the City Council for final action, the applicant or the representative should be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For matters forwarded to County Commission for final action, particularly rezoning requests, the applicant or the representative must, and I repeat, must be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered, or the case will, at a minimum, be postponed. Applicants will be notified of the meeting date. If you have any questions regarding the meeting date or process, contact planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in order of the agenda. Please stand as you are able as Vice Chair Chris Uten leads us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father, bless this community. Help to ensure the decisions made this afternoon are fair, legal, and in the best interest of the total community. As always, keep us mindful of the needs of others, especially those who are in sorrow, need, sickness, or any other adversity. Amen.
Next on the agenda are the postponement and withdrawal lists, and I'll read these lists separately. Automatic postponements, we have none. Items to be voted on are the 30-day postponements. Item 13, Crescent Bend Development.
Motion to postpone for 30 days, item number 13.
Okay, bear with me just a minute. Do we have another request for a postponement?
Hi, I'm requesting that number 18 be postponed.
Ma'am, could you state your name, please? And address?
Elizabeth Utesh, 1601 Cedar Lane.
Chairman, is she the applicant?
I'm sorry?
Are you the applicant?
No.
The applicant is actually here to request postponement as well. She can come up and make the request.
Katie Wozek, 4334 Paper Mill Drive. I work for Batzenheims. We're representing the owner, and I am also requesting postponement of item number 18.
All right, we have a request for item 18 to be postponed. Do we have any other requests for postponement? Please approach the podium.
I'm not the applicant, Chris Baker, 219 Century Court. I'm asking that item number 22 be postponed.
Mr. Chairman, can we just make sure they state if it's a 30 or 60 they're asking?
Yes, right now, we're dealing with 30-day postponements.
Okay.
To be clear, 30-day postponements. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So. Okay. All right. Sir, on your request for item 22 postponement, the applicant needs to make that request or else it'll be heard. So, all right. Seeing no other requests, Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we postpone item 13 and 18 for 30 days until the May 11th meeting.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Phillips, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to 60-day postponements, we have item 15, Victor Jernigan. Item 19, William Mays. Are there any other requests for 60-day postponements? Seeing none, Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to postpone 60 days as read.
Second.
Motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Phillips. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to withdrawals. Item 17, under the withdrawal list, Buffett Mill Estates. Item 14, Taylor D. Forrester, 0 and 5285 French Road.
I just want to clarify with the Buffett Mill, it's only the special use application that they're
Thank you
withdrawing.
for that clarification, yes. So we are withdrawing the special use under Buffett Mill Estates, item 17.b.
Chairman, what was the second item?
The second item is item 42, Taylor Forrester 0 and 5285 French Road.
Motion withdrawal as read.
We have a motion by Commissioner Phillips, seconded by Commissioner Adams. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. We have no tablings and no items be removed from table. All right, moving on to the consent list. Do we have any recusals before we get started here on the consent list? Seeing no recusals. Next on the agenda is the consent list, which is composed of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at once in order to save time. Items are listed in the order as they appear on the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. And I always feel the need to repeat this. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. Item 2, approval of the April 13 agenda. Item 3, approval of March 9, 2023 minutes. Item 5, City of Knoxville. Item 7, urban engineering. Item 8, Jeffrey Nash. Item 11, Robert Gregory. Item 14, Benjamin C. Mullins. Item 16, Winter Pass Development, Dennis Norvett. Item 20, Andrew Newman. Item 21, Andrew Godwin. Item 23, Carter Miller. Item 24, re-subdivision of Pelham Park, lots 32 and 20. Item 26, Marta and Tipton Medlin. Item 28, Wilbanks LLC. Item 30, CPR LLC. Item 31, Sean Smith. Item 32, West Beaver Creek GP. Item 35, Arthur Isakov. Item 36, the preserve at Hines Branch Creek. Item 37, Poplar Farms. Item 38, Breakville Ridge. Item 40, Sean Smith. Item 41, David Iris. Item 43, Michael Scott. Item 44, Clay McQuaid. Item 45, Travis Webb. Item 46, re-subdivision of parts of Lot 5 of Morningside Farms. Are there any other requests to remove any items from the consent list? If not, Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve consent as read.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Phillips. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now move to agenda item number 6. The applicant, Chris Burkhart, location north side of Nash Road, east of Pelham Road. Approximate size of tract, 1.22 acres. Present plan and zoning designation, low-density residential, hillside protection, single-family residential, and hillside protection overlay. Proposed plan designations, hillside protection and light industrial. Existing land use, single-family residential. This will require 3 motions. First motion, staff recommendation, deny the sector plan amendment to light industrial classification because it would be an encroachment of incompatible land uses into an established residential neighborhood. The second motion would be deny the one-year recommendation would be deny the one-year plan amendment to the light industrial land use classification because it would be an encroachment of incompatible land uses into an established residential neighborhood. Third motion, staff recommendation, deny general industrial zoning because it conflicts with the sector plan and with the intent of the IG district as described in the zoning ordinance. Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant, Chris Burkhart.
Do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, please proceed, Mr. Mullins.
Thank you. This is a rezoning request that Mr. Burkhart made for two lots, 0 Old State Road and 299 Nash Road. And the purpose of this request is to allow there to be a common access driveway across these lots that will serve the existing industrial zoning to the north and the east. I just passed out some documents that I will be referring to during the presentation. The first one is an email that I sent on Monday to Ms. Hillman and Mr. Welch, and this was brought up during the agenda review that we wanted to revise our zoning request to basically make the southern edge of the zoning request for the 299 Nash Road match the southern boundary line of 0 Old State. Therefore, it wouldn't be pushing that industrial zoning up the hill to the south towards Nash Road, which would address any concerns that this would introduce potentially industrial traffic onto Nash Road. Again, the purpose of this zoning is really necessitated simply because of the need to do a common access driveway. Back in May 2022, and this is the second page in the handout I gave you, there was a concept plan approved for a closure of the existing Pelham Road right-of-way and the creation of a Rock Point Drive right-of-way that will go a little bit further to the south and then connect to the intersection where Pelham Road curves up the hill towards the south and then kind of stub out just to the west of these properties. That was approved, and they're underway in getting that road constructed. Since that time, they have, and this is the third page, they're moving forward with connecting that stub out to a private drive that would then stretch from where the stub out is on Pelham Road all the way to Spring Hill Lane, which is going to be a common access easement. It's not going to be a public road, but a private road serving those industrial tracks there that are on this property. And that's necessary, and I gave staff engineering comments. If you look at the third page or fourth page, comment number 9 says, you know, the primary use is located in IG zone. You either have to reroute the driveway to remain in the IG zone or rezone parcel number 071A0201 to IG, which is the purpose of the request before you today. So there have been changing conditions which would warrant a sector plan. The introduction of this new road and then this common access driveway to serve this property is a changing condition. This property has been built up for the last 30 years by Mr. Burkhart. It used to be an old quarry and it was used for a borrow pit for the interstate when it came through, and it was sat kind of vacant for years until it was built up and then put on the tax rolls as an industrial property. And this is just a further extension of the redevelopment of this entire area, which has been ongoing for several years. You look at the property there, and while there is still a portion that is zoned residential, most of the property to the north, to the east, and to the west right now is zoned industrial. So it's a minor extension of the existing sector plan in the existing zone at that location. And given the topography of that property, really there's no opportunity to introduce additional residential zoning at that property. And honestly, it'd be very difficult to introduce any significant development at all on those two lots. They're really just kind of vacant land and would be difficult to develop. but the road comes across the very south or northeastern corner of that, and it just shaves the 299 Nash. And the reason that was included was because it's such a narrow lot, it really serves no other purpose. But it also gives you a little wiggle room if the road, when you're starting to construct it, you have to veer over a couple of feet, and that's all it would take onto that property. Then you wouldn't have to come back and rezone that property. And so it was the purpose of including that. I understand anytime you're trying to extend commercial zoning is an issue. Just a few minutes ago on the consent agenda, item number 14 was passed. That actually converted, you can see it there, the hash. That part right there was industrial. It's now been converted to CH2 by that rezoning. So there's a net loss of overall industrial in that area. So we're really just trying to accommodate a private drive that's going to increase the flow of traffic through there, serve those existing industrial businesses. And with that additional road, it's not going to be pulling any more industrial traffic or uses into the established residential area. So, not all of that was fully fleshed out at the time of the rezoning. I got involved on this on Monday, so I understand, that this is some new information. But with this information, respectfully, I would ask that you approve the sector plan, one-year plan amendment, and the rezoning for industrial, just to be able to accommodate this common access driveway. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Commission?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Uten.
Sure. So what they're proposing with the just having the rear portion of those lots be zoned general industrial, it would be less of an encroachment into this residential neighborhood. It would no longer access those local residential streets of Nash Road and Old State. It would still compromise, it would still incentivize, and clearly there are plans to remove that vegetative buffer that does provide some protection to the existing residents. So that would still be a concern. But it's generally less of an encroachment than it was originally.
And then I would assume, since it's going to be backing up to residential, there would be an additional setback, a larger setback off the remaining residential.
Yes, the setback requirements between industrial and residential properties would remain.
Yeah. Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
considering the amendment by the applicant and staff comments and that there's no opposition, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the sector plan amendment to LI Light Industrial.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Phillips, to approve the plan amendment, sector plan.
That's for the back pat, right?
Yeah, as amended.
As amended.
amended.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the one-year plan amendment to LI Light Industrial Land Use Classification.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Phillips. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Then I'd like to make a motion that we approve the IG General Industrial Zoning.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Phillips to approve general industrial zoning. We have a light from Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Higgins, you have the floor.
All right, do we need to specify as amended for this too, for the rezoning?
As amended on the
For the record.
one-year plan and
And the
zoning.
rezoning, yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we will denote as amended. Should we redo that motion? Okay, so it's understood that the one-year plan was as amended, and it's understood that this motion on the rezoning is as amended. All right. So, seeing no other lights, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 9. This will require 3 motions. The applicant is Benjamin Mullins. Location north of Tipton Avenue, west of Moody Avenue, south of Baker Avenue. Approximate size 2.55 acres. Present plan and zoning designation, low-density residential, RN5, and historic overlay. Proposed plan designation, civic and institutional. Existing land use, public, quasi-public land, public parks. Staff recommendation on motion 1 is to deny the sector plan amendment to civic and institutional classification because it does not meet any of the criteria for a change to the land use plan. The second motion staff recommendation, deny the one-year plan amendment to civic and institutional land use classification because it does not meet the criteria for a change to the land use plan. Motion 3, staff recommendation, deny institutional zoning because it is not consistent with the intent of the zoning district. Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. Do we have any opposition? I think I have a list of folks. Would you like to defer, Counselor Mullins?
I'll defer, please. Thank you.
Okay. So signed up, we have Kimberly Russell. Is Kimberly Russell here? Rachel Loop. Is Rachel Loop here? Okay. Miss Loop?
Good morning. I apologize if I am going off base, but please tell me if I am. I've never done this before. So my name is Rachel Loop, and I am a resident of Lindbergh Forest. I'm in the middle of my notes. Since 2016, and a parent of a child at Dogwood Elementary since 2021. I wanted to start off by saying how pleased we are at how the McNabb Center has approached our community regarding the planning process and purchase of South High. The McNabb Center has been very open and honest with us, and we appreciate the transparency. The McNabb Center has served Knoxville in so many ways, and I am very grateful for the organization. My family and I have several tough conversations about the McNabb Center moving their Center Point facility into South High. How this facility will affect our family, our children's commute to school, and our family's walks or bikes around the neighborhood. How it will affect our feelings of security. The McNabb Center has been able to answer a lot of these questions and has genuinely made me and my family feel at ease with Center Point entering our community. I feel confident with the McNabb Center will stay in our community for a long time, like they have proven in other communities around us. But what happens if they decide that South Knoxville location isn't big enough or no longer meets their current needs? What happens if they decide to turn the residential medical detox facility into an outpatient facility? What happens if they decide to sell and they sell to someone who turns it into a inpatient or outpatient facility? How do we protect our community? So Tuesday night, the Lindbergh Forest neighborhood met with the McNabb Center. During the meeting, I proposed for the McNabb Center to file the plan development. This would keep the South High building zoned for RN5, but allow an exception for the McNabb Center to run as an institution. This would ensure our community that what was going into South High building cannot and will not be anything other than what has been proposed and promised. At the neighborhood meeting, Mr. Mullins stated there was a deadline of June 30th for state funding for this project. It seemed that the McNabb Center is not interested in this option. It would require additional time and money. Mr. Mullins suggested a deed restriction. My concern about the deed restriction is there is nothing that prevents the McNabb Center from turning the proposed residential program to an outpatient program or any other program that was not discussed. I understand that time and money is involved and people don't have a lot to spare, but I would rather see the McNabb Center take a little bit more time up front to ensure a better relationship with the community in the future. I strongly feel that the planned development option is the best option for my family, South Knoxville community, and in the long run, Centerpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loop. Could I get your address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. 808 Goldfinch Avenue.
Thank you so much. If you don't mind, if you have signed up, I'm sorry, thank you for your comments, Ms. Loop. Any others that have signed up against, could I just see a show of hands? We've got 3. So we're going to be, we've got 4. Did you see 4? Okay, we have 4. So, we typically only give 5 minutes. We've got 2 minutes left. Commission, would
Chairman,
you all? Yeah.
I would suggest we give a total of 10 minutes.
Give a total of 10 minutes, okay, so.
We'll see how far it goes.
We've got 7 minutes left, so if we could, of the 4, how about 3 minutes each? Would you be agreeable to that? Okay, so we've got 4 folks speaking against, left. If you'll please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Let's go on to, John Timmerman.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you.
Hello, my name's John Timmerman, and I reside at 835 Tipton Avenue. I've been a resident there at South Hive since August of 20. I was the 4th one there. I'm also now the youngest one there. I'm the baby. But the main thing is, this is our home. A lot of our residents voted for you all. And it's hard to take away that. There's a 106-year-old lady there that's going to have to be told she has to move. We provide for the community. We had trunk or treat. We had over 500 bags of candy. Last Saturday we had 700 Easter egg hunt. So and it's just we're part of that community. We've had residents there from World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam. We've had 3 Vietnam vets there. One of them was a F-4 fighter pilot that got shot down, and he was a POW for 2 years. So I just, this is the last place we thought we'd all ever have to live, and now, they're going to have to move. We've had residents from Knox High move there, and now they're going to probably have to move. So I guess that's it.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Timmerman. Mickey Morris. Mickey Morris.
Mickey Morris. I live at 3109 Ticonderoga Lane. My mother is a new resident of South High, so I have a personal interest in this matter, but as a resident of South Knoxville, I also have a concern for our community. This facility is in a neighborhood with Dogwood Elementary School right next door, a children's recreation center in the neighborhood, and South Doyle Middle School just a couple minutes away. A few days after the announcement of this potential sale, a man came into South High, appeared to be on drugs, and was looking for drugs and mentioned the McNabb Center by name, stating something like, they help him out when he gets like this. The police were called and the schools were placed on lockdown, but by the time the police got there, the man had left and they could not find him. This is the kind of thing I fear, people like that just wandering around the community when children are so close by. We already have so much to worry about in keeping our schools and our kids safe with all the school shootings in our country and recently in our state, without adding a drug rehab facility with unstable people that close to our schools. The facility will be an unlocked facility, which means patients can check themselves out of the program voluntarily at any time, and they'll be allowed to have visitors while they're there. All of this makes me very nervous about the safety in this community. Mr. Dover received taxpayer grants to renovate this facility for an assisted living facility. It should be used for sustainable long-term care for our seniors who are in need. Now he's trying to sell the facility and make a profit, and the facility will no longer be used for the intended purpose for which he received the funding if the sale is final. This seems like a huge misappropriation of funds to me. We don't have another assisted living facility in South Knoxville, so if this sale occurs, not only will the residents have to move, they will have to move to other parts of town, which will make it harder on their families to visit them. Many of these people have dementia, and changing environments will be hard on them. My mother is just really getting adjusted to living there, and it will further set her back cognitively, emotionally, and probably physically if she has to adjust to another new environment. This will likely be the case for most of the residents. It's not fair to cause these residents, many of whom have grown up in South Knoxville and contributed to our community, to have to relocate so that addicts can use this building as a temporary home. It's fine that Mr. Dover wants to sell his building. He has every right to do that. I have personally spoken with somebody who is interested in buying it and keeping it an assisted living facility, and I think this would be in the best interest for the community. I'm a home health physical therapist, and I work in the South Knoxville community. My job is to help people stay safe in their homes. Through my work, I know how important it is to people to be safe and to be able to stay in their homes. There are people currently living in this facility who have planned on making South High their last home. I'm not opposed to the idea of a drug rehab facility at all, and I'm not opposed to having one in our community. I am opposed to the location they're trying to put it in. Let them find a building that doesn't already have people calling it home.
Thank you for your comment. Nancy Marks. Nancy Marks.
We're going to skip her.
Okay. Lynn Granith. Lynn Granith. Let's see. Stephanie Bordone. Stephanie Bordone. Let's see. How about Kathleen McIsaac?
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen McIsaac. I reside at 514 Woodlawn Pike.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm also not only a resident of South Knoxville, but also a parent of a child at Dogwood Elementary. I'm fully supportive of having a place for people to come and get help for substance abuse. And I will add that this is not a partisan issue. We all have varying opinions on both sides. There's also a lot of speculation about what could happen should a rehab facility be placed at the South High Senior Living location. None of us has a crystal ball, but I want to share some realities with you, some hard realities. I went to pick up this shirt the other day, and my 10-year-old son, who attends Dogwood Elementary, was with me. He said, "Mom, what's the shirt for?" So I told him, I believe in being very honest with your children. I told him about the potential for a drug rehab facility going next to his school. He was quiet for some time, which is unusual for him, and after a minute said, "Mom, I would be really scared to have that next to my school." Imagine how he would feel each morning at drop-off, looking out the window and seeing that building and what it means. He'll be scared to go to school. Let that sink in. Aren't these kids scared enough already with 2 lockdowns so far this year? The other reality is that dozens of seniors who have made South High their final home will be displaced and separated from their friends and caregivers who they've counted on to help them live their final days comfortably. Many of them will not survive such a major change. Where will they go? There's a reason why this was to be pushed through without the community's knowledge, and it was leaked on social media. It's about money, not about doing the right thing for our children, seniors, and property owners. Please do the right thing today and vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Wolf. Michael Wolf.
My name is Michael Wolf. I live at 824 Tipton Avenue, directly across the street from the center. What the ladies have said about the seniors that live across the street, yes, it's going to be a travesty that you are going to kick them out, make them move elsewhere. Yes, I heard about the dealings of the tax credits and all that with the gentleman who owns the place. But besides all that, safety for the children is the number one priority. And there's also many older, low-income senior citizens that live around this area. If you put a drug rehab across the street from my house, who's to say that when they want something and they can't get it the right way, that I won't become a victim, or the other older people that live in this neighborhood become victims? I understand, yes, you need to treat people who have a drug addiction, but in reality, you also ought to know they knew what they were doing before they need this treatment. If parents did their jobs when they were younger, they know drugs are no good. I know the police are handcuffed. I'm telling you the truth. You look around our neighborhood and the existing neighborhoods around, they out and publicly, literally deal drugs. You can watch them hand money for drugs. It's out there. We do not need a drug rehab in our tiny little neighborhood. We have children, we have older people. If you do what you're going to do, it's a travesty. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. I believe that's all that are signed up to speak in opposition. Oh, we haven't, did I overlook someone? I'm sorry. Where? Okay. Sir, did you sign up to speak?
No, I just found out about it.
Okay.
I don't know if you have enough time.
If, well,
I don't have much to say.
do you have anything new to add to the conversation?
Well, I'd just like to ask you all, would you like it next to your house? I've had 3.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And if you want to make comments, and it's not a forum to ask us questions, but if you want to make comments and you can contribute, unless commission objects, I'll give you a couple of minutes to do so.
Yes, sir.
Come to the podium, please.
Okay.
If you'd state your name and address, I would appreciate that.
Okay. Baker Trust, we have the properties at,
Sir, could you
900
pull the microphone toward you, please?
Oh, sorry. 900, 906, 912, and 918 Baker behind. And since they found out, the residents found out about what's going on, 3 people moved out the first of the month. They just don't even want their kids around it or want anything to do with that. And, of course, I don't reside there myself, but if I did, and I would ask you all, would you like it right next door to you with your children? I think there is a need for it, but I do not think there's a need for it right there in that neighborhood, in a residential, historic overlay area. And that's about all I've got to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Mullins?
I didn't sign up this morning, but I would like to speak if it would be okay with everyone.
Okay. Are there any others that want to speak? Can we, so that we can gauge how much time, we'll give you 2 minutes, ma'am, if you'll state your name and address.
My name is Virginia Trent. My address is 904 Virginia Avenue. I'm an employee for South High Senior Living as a caregiver. I've always felt strongly gravitated towards our seniors. From being knee-high to a grasshopper. Since being at South High, this being my first employment opportunity to work with seniors in a professional setting, outside of family, I have fallen in love with each and every resident I have come across. I feel as a caregiver, it's part of my job to advocate for our residents, especially those that couldn't join us here today for lack of transportation, safety issues, or what have you. Each resident there is a special, special gift to this earth. Everyone has their own story, their own personality, and they are just gems to have. If you all vote yes to rezone this today, you are mining our community. You're mining the community of something rich, especially for the children that often get to take part in the community activities that they have. That lights up the seniors' faces and makes their entire week. I specifically work in memory care. And if you do rezone this to Helen Ross McNabb, you're writing a death sentence for many of my residents. I call them my sweethearts for a reason. They have stolen my heart time and time again every day. And I would not want to work anywhere else with any of them being displaced from their homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Councilor Mullins, you.
Thank you. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here on behalf of the McNabb Center. I also have with me Mr. Houston Smelser and Ms. Jennifer Hill, who can answer any operational questions about Helen Ross McNabb and what they intend to do with this facility. This is a rezoning request. There are actually three requests. There's the sector plan and the one-year plan amendment, where we're asking for the sector plan and 1 year to revert back from its current LDR to the civic institutional plan amendment that was in place back in 2017 when Mr. Dover acquired this property. And we're also asking that it be rezoned from its current RN5 to institutional zoning. Staff hasn't recommended these changes, but we still believe that these plan amendments and zonings are legal and appropriate in this case. And I'll talk about the sector plan and 1 year plan amendments first. Those plans can be changed if it meets one of 4 specified criteria. And here, we meet 2 out of the 4. One of the conditions is if there's a change of condition warranting the amendment to the plan. In 2017, when the sector plan and 1 year plan, at the time of this property, it was civic institutional. You can look back and refer to the case 2-C-17-SP. That was when Ms. Wade with the city asked for it to be changed from civic institutional to low-density residential. And it was changed at that time because South High had been vacant and blighted since 1991, and it was changed specifically to accommodate Mr. Dover's planned assisted living facility. The civic institutional plan designation that was in place at that time was properly in place for this piece of property. All of the property there, do you see the civic institutional zoning? In 2017, the sector plan for the South High and the school property was all civic institutional. It was in there because it was owned by the county at that time. Since that time, it's been represented this is the only assisted living facility in South Knoxville, and that may be the case, I don't know. But as I understand, only 20% of the residents come from South Knoxville. This is why Mr. Dover reached out to Helen Ross McNabb. It's just not a sustainable business model at this time. Countywide average occupancy for assisted living facilities are over 90%. Currently, the occupancy rate at South High is just 29 residents out of 65 beds. There may be a need for it, but there hasn't been a demonstrated need at this location, and that's why this represents a significant change in conditions since the plan amendment was changed in 2017. There's also trends in development and population that warrant reconsideration of the plan. The reversion back to civic institutional would accommodate a residential treatment facility this county desperately needs. There isn't a bigger need in this community than getting people off of drugs and alcohol. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can look back at the statistics that the district attorney here in Knox County keeps. Since 2017, when this sector plan was changed, there was 300 overdose deaths in 2017 alone. That was a representation of 33% increase from the year before. In 2018, that number was 325 deaths. In 2019, it was 293, but then in 2020, it increased to 413 deaths from overdoses. That's 41% up from 2019. In 2021, the last statistics that the district attorney has kept, there was 533 deaths in Knox County. That's 29% up from 2020. What the McNabb Center is trying to do with the residential treatment facility is make sure that these people who are in the community right now, they're our colleagues, they're our friends, they're our family, they're professionals. They have this problem. We're trying to make sure they can get help for this problem so they can live to be the age of these seniors that are in this facility. And this location is tailor-made to allow almost a turnkey conversion from assisted living to residential treatment. It'll allow the McNabb Center to quickly and efficiently double its service capacity from 1,500 a year to an additional 3,000 clients every year from its current location at Centerpoint. This trend showing that these overdose deaths are going up, and up. And even some of the comments we heard from opposition about what they see in the community, that alone is to justify, to demonstrate a need for this type of use. And trends in population, changes in population and development and need is one of the reasons why you can amend the sector plan and the one-year plan. Staff also recommends deny the zoning on this based upon their interpretation of 8.2A of the city zoning ordinance. And essentially, staff's interpretation of that ordinance is this. It can only be used as an expansion of an existing institutional zoning. It must be related to uses already established on a campus of uses. And I just don't think that that is the accurate reading of the zoning ordinance here. If that were the case, you could never establish an institutional zone independently. It could only be used if it were an expansion. That's not consistent with the plain reading of the ordinance. It allows for both governmental and private institutional uses. It can only take place if there's 5 contiguous acres, but it doesn't say those acres have to be related to one another. If it's warranted to limit the uses to an expansion of existing campuses already established, then the zoning ordinance, then it'd be nearly impossible to ever establish a new institutional zone. But if that's what the zoning ordinance wanted to limit, then it could very easily have stated that no expansion of the institutional zone shall be allowed unless it's expansion of an established adjacent use or campus, and that's just simply not found in the text. The expansion restriction is tied to ensuring that institutional uses such as healthcare is done in a manner that protects surrounding communities, and that's what we're here to talk about. But it's hard to argue that institutional zoning isn't appropriate on this parcel because this parcel once had the institutional one-year plan and sector plan amendment. It didn't have the zoning. None of the property had that zoning until recode when it was changed. And I can illustrate this scenario through this hypothetical. Let's assume that Mr. Dover didn't try to acquire this property in 2017 and it continued to sit vacant. No one bought it. It was still there. When recode came along, it would have been county property and it would have been rezoned to institutional like the remaining county property in that area. And at that time, it could have been then sold by the county to McNabb Center, which would have allowed accommodation of this use. Now, if that scenario could have existed, and it could have under the current zoning ordinance, then how can you say that the zone cannot be extended now to allow for that use? Those two concepts are just, they cannot be at the same time, but that's exactly what the interpretation appears to say. Now, I agree that the ordinance could be worded better. But in the legal realm, when you're dealing with the interpretation of zoning ordinances, the overarching legal principle is if there's an ambiguity, that ambiguity is supposed to be read in favor of the property owner and the free use of the land. And so if there essentially balls and strikes get called in favor of the property owner and being able to use the land for their intended purpose. Now, during the agenda review meeting, Commissioner Huber asked a question about whether office zoning was considered, and I thought that was an appropriate question. Prior to filing for any rezoning, I, along with Mr. Smeltzer, went and met with Director Welch, Mr. Reynolds, and Ms. Hillman to discuss the options before we filed for any zoning. We wanted to see what our options are. And there's only 3 zones that work on this particular piece of property. There's highway commercial, which I think we all agree isn't appropriate at this location. There's office zoning, and then there's the institutional zone. And we looked at what office zoning is already established in this area, and there isn't any office zoning for over 4,000 feet away. You have to get to Chapman Highway before you find any sector plan, one-year plan, or office zoning in this area. So the conversation was, if this is the use that we need to establish, then our best chance would be to ask for the institutional zone as an extension of the existing institutional zone. Now, they didn't tell us they would support it, I understand that, but we felt like that was the best opportunity to establish that, to go back to the zone that's allowed here. And there's a question, well, how can we do this next to an elementary school? And there's no prohibition to that. I understand the concerns that parents have. People get very nervous with a use like this, and understandably so. But the zone allows, in the institutional zone, for both schools and both residential treatment centers. The zone has listed the uses that they feel are compatible within that existing institutional zone. What isn't allowed, and what we do not do, is all of our residents are screened. They're there voluntarily. They're not committed. They're not there against their will. They come in because they want help, and we screen them, and there's no sex offenders there. There is a prohibition for sex offenders. There is a prohibition for sex offenders within elementary school, and we do screen for that, so that will not be an issue. Staff's pointed out that other potential uses that may be too intensive for this property, and we are willing to file deed restrictions limiting certain uses in this facility in the future. That is something that we can do. It's something that McNabb routinely does because we hear these types of concerns often, and so that's something that we can offer. When CenterPoint was established almost 30 years ago, it was basically in a large field. It has now been grown up into a residential community around that. You can go to the zoning map at Ball Camp Pike, and you can look at what it looked like in 1998 with the facility versus what it looks like now with a community that's grown up around it, a thriving community that we've existed and been good neighbors with this entire time, and we don't have a history of police calls for our residents leaving and causing trouble in the community. That just hasn't been our experience at that location at all. I understand this is an emotional decision, but it's not about assisted living versus residential treatment. There's a need for both of them. There is a need for both of them in this community, and we're trying to serve that need based upon Mr. Dover's needing to sell this property. So that's what we're here for. We're here for the rezoning. It's appropriate. The zoning will allow it, and I would respectfully ask that you approve this use. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you to all the community members that have spoken and to hearing from the applicant. I think what sits on my mind the most with this case is some of the history and where it sits right now, and really thinking about it not in the paradigm of is it a specific use. There's been a lot of discussion about McNabb that's very public, but we are tasked with thinking about all the uses that may be there if we do rezone this property. And there's a temptation to think about the history there as well, which puts my frame of mind back to this is really a decision about land use. And the history of this, the recent history of this project, is that the city and the community have put in a great deal of time and treasure to get this property back online. It's a historic property, and if you haven't been there, it's beautiful. And it is an asset to that residential area. One of the applicants talked, or one of the opposition said something about the exchange between Old South High and Dogwood Elementary, the students there. So there's an alignment in terms of the current usage that I think is important for us to think about. Because in terms of land use, that is part of the community. It's being used by the community. You can use it and go tour it if you wish. If we change this to institutional, we may very well lose that in terms of this property. So the investment that the city and the community made in saying through the whole RFP process and through trying to get community input for what they wanted in this spot kind of goes away, because some of those institutional uses are essentially private. While they may be under a nonprofit, they are private uses that people have privacy for those rehab treatments. So when you think about the land use, that really takes it away from that community again, which is what really sits uncomfortably with me. The RN5 zone has the ability for it to be many things, just as the institutional does, but it has many opportunities that require special use, and then others by right. But it seems to be, in terms of the situation of the community there, it's embedded in the middle of a residential neighborhood, physically, literally connected to Sarah Simpson, and then surrounded by Dogwood Elementary and Cecil Webb. I think that the RN5 is appropriate. And I make a motion to accept staff's recommendation to deny the sector plan amendment.
All right, we have a motion to deny the sector plan. I see other lights here. So, Chair will entertain a second if there's not a second.
Second.
Okay. We have a second. So we have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Perez. We have some other lights here for discussion, and we'll move on to Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mullins, I'm going to ask you some questions, and we may have to refer to Mr. Smeltzer there. One of the things that came up, and I heard it shouted when you mentioned that no one can, that the McNabb Center will screen people, and that sex offenders cannot be served at this because of the proximity to the school. That exists because the school takes precedence under state law, correct? For
correct.
The zone. What happens to the McNabb Center if they're found in violation of serving someone with on the sex offender registry in that zone close to the school?
I'll need to defer that to Mr. Smeltzer.
Houston Smeltzer, 200 Tech Center Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee. Commissioner Smith, our understanding is that, well, there's two things. First off, within 1,000 feet of the property line of a school, if you are a sex offender, you are by law not permitted to be in that space. I think there are exemptions that the schools themselves can allow. If you have a parent of a child where the parent is a sex offender, they can come on campus with negotiation with the school when and how to do that. But sex offenders are not allowed to be, by law, within 1,000 feet. The McNabb Center does not operate any services for sex offenders anywhere in its continuum. In fact, we are the other side. The McNabb Center is the Sexual Assault Center of East Tennessee. We are the therapeutic preschool that serves children that are victims of neglect and abuse. We are the other side on that issue.
On that, talk to us for a second. There's the Behavioral Health Urgent Care Clinic over on Western Avenue. Kind of help us understand the difference between this facility and that one that's serving people who were just going through the cycle of re-entry into the criminal justice system.
Sure. So those are two adjoining properties with two separate facilities. The program you're talking about, Commissioner Smith, is the Behavioral Health Urgent Care Facility, which is an immediate alternative to citizens who have been picked up by law enforcement who have a set number of charges that have been predetermined by the DA's office, the sheriff's office, the court system. So those are folks who are coming as an alternative to prison, but it is something that's being allowed by the legal system. The adjoining property that's been referred to, the Centerpoint facility, is a voluntary residential, medically monitored detox, long-term residential substance abuse treatment facility that has been in place since the McNabb Center merged with DRY, Detoxification Rehabilitation Institute, back in 1997. So we've been in that location for almost 27 years providing this type of service and that type of service only on a voluntary basis.
And the reason why I wanted to make sure there was a distinction there, because if I'm understanding your all service correctly, what you're proposing in South Knoxville, they're not criminals, they're not violent criminals, they're not sex offenders, they're not there involuntarily, meaning court ordered. These are our neighbors, our friends, in some cases our family members that are just needing some assistance. So we can do this cordially or y'all can shout, but that's not going to help your case. So I would just recommend not yelling out. We can ask you questions, but I just would recommend you not yelling out at us. Help me where the Centerpoint facility is. Help me understand what has been the crime history around that facility since that opened in 1997, 1998.
Sure. So we've actually, Commissioner Smith, I want to answer both. You had two questions in there. We've actually pulled 911 data 3 times in fairly recent history. We expanded the Centerpoint facility back in the early 2000s to allow for some additional beds. That wing eventually became our wing dedicated for providing these services for women. We did it again when we were launching the behavioral health urgent care facility I referred to back in 2018. And then we've done it again more recently as part of this project. The 911 calls that are happening at our facility largely are us seeing things happening around us in the community where we need to call law enforcement and say, hey, we've seen something. It's our duty as an organization to say we see something happening in our community and we're reporting it. Has there never been a 911 call that we've called for one of our residents? Absolutely not. We have people that have physical health issues where we need an ambulance to come on site and to work with those people, perhaps transport them to the hospital. Have we had someone who was needing a 911 to come and to work with them around some issues they have? Yes, we've had that happen in the past 30 years. Is it frequent? No, it's exceptionally rare. You also asked the question about whether or not any of the residents of Centerpoint are they criminals? Absolutely, there have been criminal charges for many of the residents who have come to Centerpoint. But please remember, these are people who are voluntarily taking a step to come to a long-term residential facility to get treatment for those issues. These are not people who are being chained into this facility against their will for that treatment. It's all voluntary.
One last question. And I know you held up a picture. I want you to talk more, and you may not have this data, and then I've got one more statement to make before I yield the floor. Thinking about what has happened around that community over the last 20 years, have property values increased or decreased based on data that you all have looked at in that area?
Sure. I think Ben alluded to the fact that around Centerpoint has just been a massive concentration of residential after we moved in. So I would assume that residential neighborhoods have more value than an open field in that area. So the McNabb Center, and this is good context, we have close to 80 facilities in 15 different East Tennessee counties. All those facilities are serving people or associated with mental health, substance abuse, social services. That's what we do. So all of our facilities live in kind of the same vein in terms of their operations. We are an excellent fiscal organization. We've been around for 75 years. If you visited any of our facilities, you would find them to be very well-kept, beautiful facilities, and there's not a single one of them that we wouldn't be proud of to show you all. So I would say it's just the opposite. We bring nothing but value to our associated neighbors for all the developments we've conducted.
And then one last thing, someone from opposition asked the question, would you want your family to live next to the facility? I'm just going to say it this way. My senior citizen mother lives directly behind the center right over off of Western Avenue. Would I feel comfortable? She lives there, and I have no fear for her safety living alone. My dad passed away in 2020 due to COVID. So I'm just going to answer your question directly so you hear it directly from me. Yes, I would have no problem with a facility like this because I know she's safe, I know that community's safe, and the crime data shares that with where she lives.
Commissioner Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got I got a question and I want to make a statement too. We've heard a lot about what the possible uses are of this facility if it gets rezoned, what things happen. I might ask what happens if it doesn't. We've heard people talk about the fact that it's not viable as a assisted living facility. It's not going to continue to be that. And I think is that true? One way or the other, it's possible that it may not survive in its current state as it is. So what happens then? I mean, you go back to a vacant building that gets dilapidated. I don't discount the concern with the other uses that are possible if it gets rezoned. What I would ask of staff, and maybe our attorney as well, or Mr. Welch, is there a means or method, because it seems like they're worried about what happens down the road with the uses. Is there a means or method that we have available to us as a special use or a special program that would allow this use of this property without rezoning it?
I think our staff is trying to
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
is there anything that we could put in there to restrict the use within the institutional zone?
So we can't do conditional zoning within the city jurisdiction.
Well, I'm not asking about conditional zoning. I'm talking about a special use, some kind of a special use that would be allowed, that would allow them to operate as this facility without rezoning the property. So if the McNabb Center failed or moved out or it didn't work, it would still be zoned the way it's zoned now.
So RN5 does not, which is its current zoning, it does not permit a residential drug and alcohol treatment facility by right or through special use.
So there is no way we can do that.
There is the planned development route, and that was discussed. I can let the applicant speak to the viability of that at this juncture.
And the planned development route, does that pretty much do what I'm speaking about?
The planned development route allows for some flexibility in considering use and form in light of community benefits and other amenities that it would provide. I can pull up that section.
Think of it as an overlay, that it would be specific to that use.
Right.
And that if it ever left, that use was ever removed, then it would go back to the base or underlying zone.
And that's what I'm asking. Is there a way that we can get to that? Which, to me, it's a win-win situation because the applicant is able to operate as they'd like to operate, and the community is pretty much has a comfort level that it's not going to turn into a halfway house or some other thing that's allowed under institutional zone.
Do you want me to address that?
Yes.
Commissioner Roth, thank you. And we talked about planned development with the McNabb Center, and there's a couple things that why we did not do that. It is a very involved process, and I understand that may be a good thing to some respect, but with regard to the financing we have lined up through the state, there wasn't time when we filed this application to go through the plan development process to get to where we needed to be before those funds are no longer available to us that would allow us to do what we were doing. So we didn't have the runway to do that. And the other issue is with the plan development process, it's a fairly new process. there's no assurances that we go through this process, which comes to the planning commission first, then goes to city council, then comes back to the planning commission before, that we would meet the definitions and the requirements to be able to meet that community benefit. Because of the emotion wrapped up in this particular piece of property, because of the use that is established, and people who do not want to see this use leave, there would still be opposition to that, and there's no guarantee that that would get us to where we want to be. So that's why we are willing to look at the more intensive uses and deed restrict them as opposed to going through that plan development process.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. A question for Mr. Mullins. You mentioned the census at the current South High Senior Living. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
What this current census is at the Senior Living Center?
As I understood, and I spoke to Mr. Dover yesterday, there's currently 29 residents at the facility.
People moved out because it was being sold.
All right, please, ladies and gentlemen, the applicant and his attorney have been quiet and allowed you all to speak.
Everyone
Be
that
respectful
signed
of
up
them, too.
had an opportunity to speak. This is not some, we have rules here, and we need to abide by the rules, please.
The information I was given by Mr. Dover is right now there are 29 residents out of 65 potential residents. Only about 20% of the residents in the history of this facility have come from South Knoxville. So, I mean, it's, somewhere between 40 and 50% occupancy right now.
Which is really not very sustainable.
Where countywide, we're looking at 90% usually for these locations.
Mr. Smeltzer, what is the average stay of a resident?
Commissioner Phillips, at our Centerpoint residential facility, we have two different programs I mentioned earlier. We have medically monitored detox, and if we want to go down the rabbit hole there, Jennifer's the much better person to speak to that. But that can be anywhere from a short 3-day stay up to as long as 10 days. Depends on the physical health of the resident, the type of substance that they're detoxing off of. And so those folks will then have the opportunity to transition to long-term residential, which is what we think of more as the 28 to 30-day stay.
So the one in South Knoxville would be short-term or long-term?
Both. It would have both of those programs. Typically, people that do medically monitored detox then transition to long-term residential, but not everybody who comes into the facility does the detoxification process. Some folks go straight into the long-term residential process.
Thank you. All right. No other questions? I'd like to call for a vote. I know we've got some more to speak, but let's see if this thing we have the support for the motion or not. And we can
What's that?
back up.
Okay, so we've taken the lights off here. All right, so we have a motion and a second for denial based on staff recommendations. So all in favor of denial, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so the nays have it, and we'll continue our discussion.
Could you take a roll call?
Entertain a motion.
Could you take a roll call vote?
Actually, would you just raise your hands on the ones that were for denial? For denial, okay. So it was 12, are we missing one? 11 to 3? 11 to 3.
It's already passed.
Okay,
No,
so motion
shows
fails
it.
11-3. All right, Chair will either entertain additional discussion or will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, please, and a comment prior to voting on the motion. Based on the census of South High, less than 50%, I agree, is not sustainable long-term.
Numbers are wrong. Can I say
Yeah, I thought we'd already discussed
No.
this, please, that
We have moved on to commission discussion now. The public comment, we're beyond that, so we're commission discussion.
I think Mr. Mullins, I think Mr. Mullins,
They give false information. That's not right.
Ma'am, if you'd please, want to ask kindly if you folks would maintain order here, Okay, we're at commission discussion. We have rules here. We'd never have order if we just let people talk willy-nilly. Go ahead, Commissioner Phillips.
I think you were leaning on.
All right, thank you. As Mr. Mullins mentioned, one of the standards for a sector plan amendment is a change in the population. And we are dealing with a national, state, county, city epidemic with drugs. And it's not something that any of us want to contend with. We're happy that McNabb Center is here to handle these kind of situations. And it's normally not required for us to look at specific uses that go on a piece of property when we look at rezoning. But given the situation we have in this country, I think it behooves us as planning commissioners to use some common sense. And, you know, Jesse, you did a remarkable job on your report. And unfortunately, I can't accept the staff's recommendation. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the sector plan amendment to civic and institutional land use classification based on the changing conditions of our population and the long-term need of the community to help these individuals who ultimately can be viable citizens and responsible to our population. So that's my motion.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Phillips to approve what are we doing? Changing the sector plan.
Sector plan.
Okay. Changing the sector plan to civic institutional. And we have a second by Commissioner Levinson. And we have some lights on for further discussion. Commissioner Adams.
I want to address, first of all, I'm disappointed that my motion didn't pass. I'm also disappointed that there seems to be conflation in the McNabb applicant and what we're really looking at. I don't think anyone has contested that the nation at large has an issue with so many people dealing with addiction issues. We also, specifically in our community, have an issue with housing. We've talked about that here many times. In RN5, this could be other types of housing, and that could be for seniors, that could be for people of other ages. So I think it is incorrect to say that the reason to do this is because of a changing population. This is not the only use. And McNabb may or may not be the only people who might be operating something that is in this facility. So I think that is a disappointing thing that we're looking at it just through the lens of the potential applicant right now when it is a rezoning. And one other item, in terms of the number of residents there, I think that it probably does represent a specter of people being concerned about what the future of that facility is. So I can't speak to its accuracy, but that does worry me that it may not be accurate. And it is also not our job to assess someone's business model. This one effort during a pandemic of this particular facility may not have been successful. Perhaps the people who were designing that business model didn't do it right. That doesn't mean that that facility is no longer something that the community, who went through an extensive RFP process and community input process, should no longer have any type of access to. And if we zone this institutional, that is what we can be headed for.
Commissioner Midas.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. I appreciate everyone's comments. The representative from the McNabb Center had mentioned that you do restrict uses at your facility, and that you have done that in the past. Under the institutional zone, 2 of the permitted rights is a halfway house, and there's also a homeless shelter. I don't know, I guess I'd like to get some comments from Jesse if there are, if you were to restrict the rights of the uses at this facility, what would you include?
I can't speak to potential restrictions in the zoning process. That would have to be like a private agreement by the applicant on what they would restrict. I can say some of the more intensive uses that are permitted by right include some, and when I say intense, it just means intense operations. It could, require a lot of staff. Healthcare facility, which is like a hospital, halfway house, homeless shelter, social service center, large animal care facility, drug treatment clinic, drug and alcohol facility, recreation, which is or residential, which we've been talking about. Those are some.
So when in the process would those restrictions be placed?
We can get the restrictions. Obviously, we can't restrict the property until we own them because it'd be deed restrictions. So it'd be when we acquired the property, they would go down with the deed. But we can have those restrictions fleshed out as this goes through the process. And a homeless shelter and halfway house are two of the uses that we looked at that we would be willing to restrict. Incidentally, though, a halfway house is allowed in RN5 as a special use. I mean, there is a special use process, but it is an allowed use that we would be willing to restrict on this property.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess I would like to just comment that I feel like this is a very marginalized group of people that are in our community. I listened to the mom, and she said something about her son being afraid of maybe going to school next to a drug rehabilitation facility, and I understand, but I'm hoping that maybe that boy will learn that these are people just like me, and they need help, and maybe he's going to grow up not too afraid, having gone to school and realize that this people are in need, just like people in my family or people in your family or in your community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Midas. How about Commissioner Shelso?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The sector plan of civic institution, I think it makes sense. It's, if not for a changing of population or condition, also just a minor extension of the existing civic institution. So I think it's got another justification for it. Whether the property could be residential for anyone, that's up to the owner what they want to do with their property. And the owners come to an agreement with Helen Ross McNabb to come before us to request this. And I think that this is a good thing for the community. The stigmatization of addicts being labeled that way as inherently dangerous, I think is not good rhetoric. And as Amy said, a good opportunity to teach people that people have struggles in life and a lot of people need help. So I support the sector plan and amendment and the other rezonings as well. And city council is going to have to take this up.
That's
so,
right.
Talk to your elected representatives.
Thank you, Commissioner Shelso. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of the comments that we do have a need for rehab facilities, and nationally, locally, there's a very strong need. I think in this scenario, not looking at just this specific use, I do think that staff has interpreted this correctly based off the zoning, the way it's written. Section 8.2 talks about government uses being zoned institutional and medical uses as an extension of a campus. And so I do think that criteria does not allow for or permit this. And then there's also mention of the size, and in that scenario, it does allow for divided up lots to be less than 5 acres. But in this scenario, these are very different institutional uses and zonings. But I think if this were multifamily, which it's already zoned for, but if this were an attempt to go towards that, I think it would be very appropriate. But we try not to talk about use when it comes to zoning, we've had a lot of conversations about use today. And I do think if you're looking at use, I think that a senior living facility next to in this area makes a lot of sense in terms of the interactions with kids and the access to the rest of the community. And I don't want to base decisions off of this decision off of what we've been told about potential occupancy. I know that there's times where someone, will plan on a change with their property and then begin to behave with the management differently. I don't know. I'm not speculating that that's the case. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to base decisions off that. And I do think that if this were to be an appropriate use based off the way the zoning code is written and pretty much everything else in staff's recommendation, I do think that the proper way to go about this would be a plan development and not an outright rezoning. So for that reason, maybe this is a decent use, but I don't think that this is the best way to get there. I think it would need to go through plan development. So for that reason, I do not support any of these motions. And I also will say that after I need to step out for a minute for another thing. And so if I leave based off this motion, that is not me storming out.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Barger.
I believe it was Mr. Mullins that said that in 2020 there was 413 overdose deaths in Knox County, and my older brother was one of those 413. And had he had more access to somewhere like the McNabb centers, I don't know that we would be in the position that we are as a family now. Someone asked earlier, would I mind having that in my backyard? And I absolutely would not mind having that in my backyard because my family would probably still be intact at this point. It has nothing to do with if it's a senior facility or if it's a drug rehab facility. The building itself is going to change regardless because it's not at full capacity. And, McNabb offers several school policies, I'm sure, to where, they come in and teach kids about, not using drugs and how to support their community. And with it being right next to a school, I have 4 children, so I understand where the moms and the dads, I understand your emotional state with it, but McNabb can offer so many more things to these kids than any of us probably realize. So I just wanted to give McNabb my support.
Any other lights? Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor for a plan amendment, to approve plan amendment for civic and institutional. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
We have, how many noes we have? 1, 2, 3 noes, 3 noes. Motion passes 11-3. All right. Commissioner Phillips.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion, please, to approve a one-year plan amendment as a minor extension to the adjacent civic and institutional land use classification.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve one-year plan amendment and seconded by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have 3 noes. Motion passes 11-3. All right. Okay.
Before I make a motion on the rezoning, I would ask Mr. Mullins, you'd mentioned earlier that you would put a deed restrictions on the property for certain uses. Would it be possible to talk to the current owner about putting those on now prior to transferring the property? And again, let me say that this board has no authority over deed restrictions. This is, hey, can y'all make this work and try to make the residents feel a little more comfortable with the property?
I understand, and yeah, we'd be willing to have those conversations now.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion to approve the institutional rezoning as it is a minor extension of the adjacent institutional zoning.
Second.
All right, so we've got a motion to approve the institutionals from RN5 to institutional.
Correct.
Okay, and did we get a second? And a second from Commissioner Barger? Did I overlook Commissioner
No,
Mize?
it's all good.
Okay. All right, so we've got, I'm going to give credit to this one for Commissioner Barger as the second. Maybe a tie with Commissioner Midas. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have 2 noes, is that right? Two noes, okay, so motion passes 11-2. Yeah, 11-2, yes. Okay. Thank you. For those that were a part of this, these are tough issues. You know, we're experiencing a pandemic. I respect every vote on this council or on this commission. This is not about heroes and villains. If we didn't vote your way, we're not out to be villains. And if we voted your way, I don't think we're taking credit to be heroes. These are extreme times. Sometimes extreme times call for extreme measures, and we may not always have the best method of getting there. So I respect everyone's vote. However you did vote, I hope the community will understand and I understand the concerns of a community. You know, we are unfortunately in an epidemic where the number one cause of death in the ages 18 to 45 is fentanyl poisoning, and it continues to rise. And I don't have the answers. If I did, I promise you I'd share them with you. I think almost every family has been touched by this epidemic. Many live in shame because of it, because of comments like, if you raised your kids right, they'd know better. Maybe I didn't raise my kid right. I had one that suffered addiction through a very traumatic experience. I feel led to share that today. That doesn't mean that our decision is right and wrong, but we all bring our backgrounds and experiences to weigh in on these difficult decisions for the community. And so I appreciate everyone's patience and hope we get unity and understanding. Thank you.
Well put, Chairman Hill. And if I could ask, we take a 5-minute recess?
We'll take 5 minutes. All right. Everyone will please take your seats. We will attempt to reconvene. And we will now move to agenda item number 10. The applicant is Taylor Forrester, location east side of Dresser Road, north of Ginn Drive, south of Mount Vernon Drive. Approximate size tract, 3.176 acres. Present plan and zoning designation, low-density residential, RN1, single-family residential neighborhood. Proposed plan designation, MUSD, SCO-3, and the existing land use is agricultural, forestry, vacant land. Staff recommendation on the first motion, and this will require 3 motions, is to approve the sector plan amendment to MUSD SCO3, the Alcoa Highway Small Area Plan, land use classification for the portion of the lot requested because it is a minor extension of that land use classification. Motion 2 is to approve the 1-year plan amendment to MUSD and SCO-3 land use classification for the portion of the lot requested because it is a minor extension of that land use class. And motion number 3, staff recommendation, is to approve CG1 zoning for the portion of the lot requested because it is a minor extension of the zone and is not anticipated to create any adverse impacts. Is the applicant present?
Present.
Do we have any opposition? Yes. All right, we do have opposition. All right, would you like to proceed or defer, Counselor Forrester?
I'd like to go first.
All right.
Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Suite S700, Knoxville, Tennessee. Here on behalf of the developer of this track, as Commissioner Chairman Hills pointed out, it's just for a portion of this property that currently has this LDR sector plan designation. So we're in one of these situations where we have a piece of property that has a split or bifurcated sector plan designation, where we have, for part of the property, the mixed use specialty district for the sector plan 1-year plan, and then the other has the LDR. And so what we're asking is for the just this portion to align with the other part of the property that already has that sector plan designation of mixed use specialty district. We would leave and request that the back kind of finger annex part remain LDR. That provides, you know, a buffer for the residential houses and lots that are back there. That's also got some hillside issues as well. Adjacent to this parcel, I guess to the north, address 2920 Dresser Road. My client has legal interest in that. That property is in the county, and so we have already started the voluntary annexation process to bring that into the city. That property has a sector plan designation of the mixed-use specialty district and has a zoning designation of the general commercial CA for the county. Like I said, we've started that process. That should be hopefully concluded sometime this summer to bring that in, and then we'll create one kind of cohesive lot. And the ultimate plan here is for a multifamily development. This area has suffered from lack of development, kind of blight, and that's happened for several years. And then we've had the Alcoa, kind of the redevelopment of Alcoa. It's been about a 10-year process, and with that concluding, this area is ripe for redevelopment. We think this is a good project that'll kickstart the area. I've been in conversations on multiple occasions with Councilman Tommy Smith. This is his district that he's over, and he is 100% behind it. Thinks it's great. Thinks it's going to be great to get this area kind of going in the right direction. He put me in contact with a kind of area leader, Mr. Gene Burr. I don't know if y'all are familiar with him. I know, been here a good bit, probably speaking on behalf of the, I guess, his involvement in the Alcoa corridor study. He's lived in the area for over 50 years, and had a great conversation, lengthy conversation with him, and he's 100% behind it. He said I could let the Planning Commission know that he endorses this and is very supportive of this request and the ultimate development there. He thinks it's a great use for the property. He's actually been in discussions with our architect, as he's an architect as well. As noted in the staff report, the request does satisfy the requirements for the requested sector plan amendment. It does satisfy the requirements for the 1-year plan amendment, as well as the list of requirements under the ordinance for the rezoning. There was a question as to why we were requesting the commercial, the CG1 zoning, instead of some type of residential zoning that allows a higher density for multifamily. And the simple answer to that is everything around us, at least to the north and to kind of the south or the west there, are commercial, even all the way across the street. Don't see any real support or grounds that would allow for a legal rezoning to a RN5, RN6, as there's simply not any in the area. So the CG1 does allow for the multifamily development, and with that being consistent with the surrounding properties, that was the preferred zoning designation to see. Thank you.
Let's see, I think we had someone signed up in opposition. 10. I'm sorry? Okay.
I signed up when I came in.
Okay, if you'll state your
I'm
name
like
and
right
address,
there.
please. All right.
Well, I would like to speak in opposition to this.
Could you state your name,
My
please?
name is Paul McQuaid. I live at 3107 Ginn Drive, or Ginn, however you say it. My property is catty corner to this, it's behind me. And what it is there's plenty of commercial property already rezoned right there. They don't need this extra commercial into low-density residential to do their apartments. If what I heard was apartments, you've got G1 right there that you can build apartments on. And so this is not zoned for apartments. It's not zoned for commercial. It's vacant land that's zoned low-density residential. And it's mission creep is what's going on. And the RN1 that's just above this is also part of their property. And I can see a next meeting where, see, it's already adjacent to it, we're just extending it. I take issue with the word a minimal change in this. Or a minor change. It's not minor if you put commercial behind low-density residential. I don't call that a minor extension. And you can say you're just straightening up your property line, but you've got plenty of commercial land that you can build your apartments on if that's what you want. And if you want to build a transition zone, might be some duplexes or some other thing other than commercial. But putting commercial into low-density residential is not appropriate for the neighborhood. We know there's going to be development on Alcoa Highway, and there's plenty of areas to be developed on Alcoa Highway. You don't need to go into low-density residential and make it commercial in order to build apartments. I hope that y'all respect the integrity of the neighborhood and try to respect the other people who were there as well. They have land, they bought it, they knew what it's zoned when they bought it. You know, they've got commercial. You don't need more. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Did we have any other opposition? Seeing none? Yeah, okay. All right. Is that necessary?
Linda Billman, 3100 Germantown Lane. Thanks for letting me speak on behalf of the Martha Washington Neighborhood Association. I think Paul makes a lot of sense. Our neighborhood discovered just a couple days ago that this was being done. We're not necessarily opposed to the idea of a development in our neighborhood. We would ask that you all consider and remember the Alcoa Corridor Study, which had expressed goals for vehicular safety and pedestrian safety, and to provide sidewalks along Dresser Road, which would then provide a connection to the Greenway, which is currently being built on Alcoa Highway. We would also like for you to urge the developer to consider our neighborhood, which is directly connected to the piece of property. You'll see those two cul-de-sacs there. And they would be affected to the east there of the commercial property. So there's a lot of concern from the neighbors that there would be some encroachment by a commercial development. But generally speaking, we urge the commission respectfully to consider the Alcoa Corridor Study in the development of this property, and I know you're not developers, but please urge the developer to keep in mind the guidelines of the Alcoa Highway Study. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Shelso.
Yeah, a couple of things. Would staff mind commenting on the buffering requirements with CG adjacent to RN?
The city zoning ordinance has landscaping requirements for buffer. I believe it's a type B landscaping buffer that's required, but I will double check that really quickly.
I mean, one buffer or another. Yeah. So with that, I think that this is an appropriate use. I think that the fact that they're not requesting the rezone for the entire part kind of shows that the project obviously isn't going to encroach too much, and with that buffer, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the sector plan amendment per the staff recommendation.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Shelso, seconded by Commissioner Huber to approve per staff recommendation. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Cutting me off. Make the motion to approve the one-year plan amendment per the staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Shelso, seconded by Commissioner Perez. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries.
Motion to approve CG1 per the staff recommendation for the portion of this property.
We have a motion to approve CG1 per staff recommendation. That was by Commissioner Shelso, seconded by Commissioner Huber. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving along to agenda item number 12, applicant Merchant Holdings LLC, location south side of Merchant Drive between Clinton Highway and Pleasant Ridge Road. Approximate size of tract, 11.9 acres. Present plan and zoning designation, LDR, CN, and Ag. Proposed plan designation, MDRO. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, and vacant land. The motion one of the staff recommendation is approve the sector plan to MDRO, which is the medium density office land use classification, because it meets the location criteria for this classification and is consistent with surrounding land uses. Bear with me just a moment. Motion two, staff recommendation is to approve the one-year plan amendment to MDRO for the same reasons as the sector plan. And motion three, staff recommendation is to approve RN6 multifamily residential neighborhood zoning for the subject property because it is compatible with surrounding development. Is the applicant available?
I am.
All right. Do we have any opposition? Seeing none, please proceed.
Sure. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. This may look familiar to some of you that were here. In 2021, there was a similar development that was proposed, and this commission actually approved the MDRO sector plan for a larger portion of the property than what we're asking for the zoning here, and an approved RN5 zoning as well. That was ultimately withdrawn before City Council, and that developer didn't move forward with that project. I'm here representing a different developer now that's actually in partnership with KCDC to develop this property. And we have support, generally support from the community moving forward with this project, and the commission, Councilman Thomas in the district for this, as this is a plan to develop this for workforce housing. We have public funds that are earmarked for this development. There's a pilot on this development. And what they originally intended to do was just keep the development within the confines of the existing neighborhood commercial zone, which does allow the multifamily. There's this neighborhood commercial zone that's been on the property for quite some time. It's not consistent with the sector plan there, but it's been there probably before the sector plans were even in place. And they have designed a development for 184 workforce apartments on that property, but it's a little constrained within that CN zone with there's some topography issues, some karst topography sinkhole issues, and so they looked at pushing it back about 100 feet. But in the city, there's no mechanism just to adjust the zoning line like there is in the county. So we started looking at what rezoning options we may have to allow us to spread out the development that we already have planned for the property. And the options really were to extend the neighborhood commercial zoning, and I think that was not the right option because this neighborhood commercial zone just really doesn't really fit there very well, or look at another residential zoning. And so we ultimately asked for the RN6. The reason is the buildings that we have developed, the neighborhood commercial zone allows for 45 feet. RN5 allows for 35 feet. We can do it, but it would be those flat roofs, and we had wanted to do pitched roofs with shingles because that's more in line aesthetically with the character of the single-family residential. It's across the street. It's more aesthetically pleasing. It's something that the community said they would prefer to see. So we had to ask for the RN6 to allow the increase of height to allow us really just to design the buildings that way. The remainder of the property you'll see will remain ag, and actually we have a letter of intent with Legacy Parks for that to become a park that will be open for the public. So, I mean, that's really what the ask is. It's 184. It's going to allow us to do 184 units, which we can do within the existing zoning. It's just a little tight. So we wanted to expand it out, give us more room, to maybe even push it back further from the street, keep some of that buffer there available, but keep it out of the hillside protection. I mean, this is an excellent location for this type of development. It's on a minor arterial street. It's got access to public transit. There's a turn lane there. We've got adequate water and sewer, and it's a lot more appropriate development, even though we're going to RN6 than what was proposed in 2021, which would have taken up a lot more of that property and been a lot more intensive overall. So we have staff support on this. We'd ask that you follow staff support and vote to approve. Thank you.
Vice Chair Uten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the sector plan amendment to the MDR/office land use classification per staff recommendation.
Second.
So we got a motion to approve sector plan per staff recommendations by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Roth. We still have lights on. Commissioner Huber.
Well, I was just going to move for the motion, but I am familiar with this property, and I do agree that it's an excellent opportunity to get some multifamily housing for workforce type housing. It's got a bus route on it. It's very well suited. I like how they're going to be consolidating it up towards the road as well and staying away from the hillside in the back to use the density up front.
All right. So all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the one-year plan amendment to the MDR/O office land use classification per staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Vice Chair Uten to approve the one-year plan amendment per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Roth. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And I'd like to make a motion that we approve the RN6 multifamily residential neighborhood zoning district per staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion to approve RN6 per staff recommendation by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Perez. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries. All right, agenda item 17. Buffett Mill Estates, applicant developer R.D. Buffett LLC, location south side of Buffett Mill Road, north side of McIntyre Road, eastern terminus of Monte Vista Road, approximate acreage 70.68 acres. Zoning is RN2 hillside protection, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land, proposed use residential subdivision for duplexes. Is that right? Did we, number of lots, 290? And we will have, looks like one variance required and one alternative design standard. Let's see, staff recommendation motion, this will require 3 motions. First motion is to approve the requested variance and alternative design standard based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the City of Knoxville Department of Engineering. Motion 2, staff recommendation, approve the concept plan subject to 14 conditions. And do we have to act on number 3? Okay, so we are withdrawing the special use application as requested by the applicant.
And Chairman Hill,
That was already done previously.
I'm sorry, I forgot to change the proposed use, but it is not for duplexes. It is just for single-family houses. I apologize for that.
Okay.
One other correction I noticed, and as soon as I opened it up, I noticed it, which is, you know, I probably looked this over 20 times before I actually printed it. But this should be 15 conditions instead of 14 conditions. I accidentally put number 4 twice. I apologize.
15 conditions. And single-family housing will be the revisions. Everybody got that? Okay. Counselor Mullins? Do we have any opposition? Okay, we have some opposition. Would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll defer, please.
All right. If the opposition will proceed.
Eric Mitchell, 1903 Locarno Drive. I'm the president of the HOA for Buffett Trace Estates. First and foremost, we would like to postpone the vote for today to see if we can meet with the developers to kind of work out some details as far as what they're planning. Some of the neighbors have some concerns and feel like they haven't been heard or considered. And the plans weren't updated online until Thursday, just before Easter weekend. So everybody in our community hasn't had a chance to really look over the plans to see what they're proposing. Some of our other concerns, traffic is a huge concern in the area, especially between Loves Creek and Rutledge Pike. If you live in the area, you would know if the train stops on the railroad tracks between Spring Hill and Alt Road, the only access point is on Loves Creek through the underpass. That backs up extremely bad in current conditions. If we add another 290 units to the area between McIntyre and Buffett Mill, Loves Creek, the whole area will just gridlock. There's also some privacy concerns we would like to discuss with the developer as far as the entry point from Buffett Mill is going to run directly behind several of our lots there on Locarno. They have a walking path proposed, just some things we'd like to discuss with them to see if maybe they can reroute the walking path to where it's not directly behind certain units. The pool and the clubhouse is also a concern as far as noise issues for the ones being located at the top of Locarno there. And we're wanting to see if they could possibly add in some shrubs or some kind of fence line just to create some privacy between our subdivision and their subdivision. And then also the proximity of their entry road to our entry road. I think it's less than 90 feet or so. It's coming up a hill kind of in the corner where we're concerned about, a lot of our residents have expressed concern about pulling out onto Buffett Mill with another entry point so close by that it could cause traffic issues. And that's all I have for the moment.
Thank you for your comments.
Ronnie Collins, President, Alice Bell Spring Hill Neighborhood Association. We've been trying since January 24th to set up a meeting with the developers. There was an original plan with the duplexes, as you mentioned before. We were promised 4 times, I was promised 4 times during that process that we would have a meeting set up to discuss this with the developer. And finally, a week ago this past Monday, we were offered a Zoom meeting at 5 o'clock on Wednesday, and it gave me less than 2 days to put that together. So we're just asking basically for a postponement on this to where we can actually have a meeting. We'd prefer to have a sit-down meeting with the developers have some concerns on issues. Our neighborhood association's been doing this for over 30 years. We hadn't been here in front of you all on anything, but we've been here plenty of times. When we first started, Home Depot was being built, East Town was there, and that was it. And if you've been anywhere near that area, you know what's like now. And the issues that are getting ready to come within, and including the new Amazon Center, within a half mile of Amazon, there's proposed or actually being built over 1,500 housing units right now that are either proposed or being built. And we like to have a little word in what goes on and meetings with people in planning, because everything that's been done since those, including the Amazon Center, since Home Depot, we've had a hand in helping planning. And that's all we ask, is just a postponement. They had a postponement when they changed their plans. You even said it yourself, it read duplex, and that wasn't changed till 2 days ago. So if anybody had looked at it before, they'd have thought there's still duplexes going in. And we didn't find out until 2 weeks ago yesterday. There's 290 units on this single family housing units, and every one of them are going to be rental units. None of this will be sold. It's purely rental. That's huge for a 290 individual units. So we're just basically asking for a postponement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
I'm Pam Poteet. I live at 4900 Buffett Mill, and we are proud of our neighborhood. When I moved there 31 years ago, our realtor tried to get us to move west, but we fell in love with the east-north area there. So with this development, I'm a realtor. I like development, but I want to make sure that we're doing something that's going to accent, that will fit in with our neighborhood. We would like to meet with this developer. We just found out, I was in Florida, came home yesterday, so I could be here. That's how important it is to me for my community. And we want to know that if this is going to be rentals, what are they going to rent for? What price point is it? What restrictions are there? Can they park RVs, semi-trucks, whatever, boats in the yard? We want things to look nice for that, for our community. We would like to meet with the developer. And also, I've been spoiled. Where I live, I look over all the trees of this 80 acres. I lived there 13 years. And I knew one day it would come, then that would change. That's okay. But we want it to change where it's just going to fit in, okay? And we do have concerns with Buffett Trace. I've looked at it and looked at it. Their backyards butts right up to this property. And if they come out to sit on their patio, are they going to have cars zooming in and out all day long? I do feel for them. On my side, on the left side of my house, is going to be the swimming pool. And, you know, what time will be shut down for the pool? Will there be kids there playing? You know, we just don't want all this party noise going on all the time. It's okay during the daytime, but we do have questions. Maybe move the pool into the middle of the subdivision to make it green. Knoxville's green. Does everybody have to walk up the hill to the pool? Put it in the middle where it's kind of centralized. You can have it fixed where handicapped can drive their cars there. There's just things we'd like to meet with them, maybe discuss to make it a happy medium, a win-win situation for everyone. Thank you, and I wanted to say this. Thank you all for having the Lord's Prayer and doing the pledge. I'm proud of Tennessee.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Damon Reed. I live at 5020 Starbuck Lane, and yeah, we live basically at the bottom of that little curve down there. And have I think most of the adjoining property to that. I know I haven't had a chance to meet with them in person at the property to kind of get a more of a on the ground kind of feel on where the property line is, just to confirm that. And
May I encourage you to get a little closer to the microphone?
oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. Or you can raise that podium too. There's a button to your right that'll raise the podium, if that'll help.
But I know I have some concerns about possibilities of drainage issues because I know with some of the other buildings, it might have caused some more drainage to drain down onto that property. And I just want to make sure that it won't drain onto mine. And I haven't discussed anything about fencing or trees. And there's talk about a greenway. And I want to make sure that the greenway doesn't run smack dab right in front of my property there, because as is, the way that it's designed, there'll be homes literally about 50 foot from the existing fence. And it might be an issue for privacy. So we just want to make sure that there's a plan in place for trees, a fence, proper drainage. And I also want to bring up the fact that some other people brought up about the traffic in the area. I don't know if the fit would be a good fit with that many houses, because you have Lowe's Creek and you got Spring Hill, or main two thoroughfares through the area. And if you go down Spring Hill again, you got the train that'll block that way. Upper part, you got a three-way stop that has numerous accidents. It's a very, very blind hill going down Spring Hill, so you have to watch out for oncoming traffic coming up, or you can get sideswiped, especially if you're coming from the area where the new subdivision is going to be. So I'd like the city to probably take into account for that, and maybe clear out some trees on Spring Hill where you can actually see down better, or grade down part of the land on that one side maybe. That might be an option.
If you don't care to wrap up, we're out of time.
Oh, yep, sorry. But a postponement would probably be better. But thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Commission. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. I'm here representing R.D. Buffett LLC on this application. And, I have been in communication with Mr. Collins since January on this, when we filed our application. I was actually in communication with him before when we removed the planned development overlay on this property so we can develop consistent with the underlying RN2 zone. And our initial intent was to develop this for duplexes. We went through a full engineering process. We submitted that site under special use and a concept plan for the duplexes, and we just couldn't crack the code. There were design issues with it that we just could not solve with the duplexes. We really wanted to be able to serve a different diversity of housing with duplexes here, and could not do it. So after 2 months of going back and forth with Mr. Reynolds and Curtis and the city engineering, we decided, all right, we're going to look at what can we do with single-family residential. And so we threw away those plans, started from scratch, and came up with the plans now for 290 units for single-family residential. And we didn't have any plans to share until March 20th. And at that time, there was an attorney representing Buffett Trace that looked at it and said, yeah, we don't have any concerns. Apparently, I don't know if there was communication with them. I found out a couple of days ago that they'd fired that attorney. There's Mr. Mitchell is now the new HOA president, and they do have concerns. So we were scrambling. We were trying to communicate, but there was just some issues there. And we're still willing to work with them. I had a long conversation with Ms. Poteet yesterday. She was driving up from Florida. I had conversations with Mr. Mitchell's wife, Ashley, since he was working, about the concerns. And there's definitely things that we can address, especially with the walking trails and some of the privacy issues. But just to put this is a concept plan approval. There's going to have to be additional engineering, additional permits, and they're going to have to come forward to the final plat. This is 70.34 acres. That's 290 units on 70 acres. That comes out to 4.12 dwelling units an acre. Buffett Trace, by comparison, where Mr. Mitchell lives. And also, there's 13.2 acres of common area in this plan. Buffett Trace is 83 units on 14.5 acres, which comes out to be about 5.7 acres. So even though it's a larger development of 70 acres, it's less dense than what is there. Staff's recommending approval subject to 15 conditions, all of which we are in agreement with. There's been a complete traffic impact analysis that studied the surrounding intersections. You know, they did note Loves Creek and McIntyre is a substandard intersection. It is before us. It's going to be after us. The level of service, though, isn't going to be dramatically impacted by this development. And that's something I think that was talked about during the agenda review on Tuesday as well. There's lots of talk about the pool house location. If we can bring up maybe the landscaping plan, I don't know if you have that available. I have copies of it, too, if you need that. The pool at the top of the location there, Mike, do you know if that's in there, or can we push pause and I can hand these out? That might be easier, or that looks like that might be getting close to it. No? T-Square Engineering, yeah, down a little bit. There you go, perfect. You know, that's where the pool location is. And the reason the road is located where it is, there is one of the variances is to allow for 190 feet of separation between Lacano and the entrance to this subdivision. And staff's recommending, engineering's recommending that variance, and that's really because of the topography. That's kind of sitting up at the highest level, and so you actually have better sight distance with the road at that location than you would if you moved it further west down the hill. So you can see around a pool and a clubhouse, the regulations require a level B landscape screen. We exceed that. We've over-landscaped this because of the privacy concerns. You can see some red maples and some evergreens that are going to be all around on both sides, both affecting, you know, the Buffett Trace community, and Mr. Mitchell and Ashley Mitchell's house is actually the top one there on the east, and the Poteet's house is over here, and then we've got landscaping on each side of it. The reason we put the pool location there is, well, that's the most narrow part of the property. It's the entrance. It's got great views. It's probably the best place for just a common amenity. If we were to move it in the middle, those displaced housing units, we'd have to move it up here, and you would have you know, different houses backing up to both the Poteet's property line and Buffett Trace property line, and that would have its own privacy issues. So being able to landscape it and design it this way, it really felt like it made the most sense for both our development and for the neighbors. You know, the pool is going to be, I wrote it down here, I think it's about 225 feet, the clubhouse is about 225 feet away from the Poteet residence, and it's pretty similar in size and scale to his neighbor actually on west. You know, they have a large house and a pool that's actually closer to the Poteet's house than this one will be. So, you know, it's, you know, we're really trying to match what's already existing there with our design. Rental units, we can't decide rental units at a concept plan. That's, you know, whether it's going to be rented, it could be sold. One of the conditions is that there will be an HOA, there will be restrictions. We'll be happy to work with them about what restrictions they would like to see. We want to put the restrictions down to protect our investment as well. And we can do a lot with the walking trails. That's one of the things we talked about. You can see on that plan where the walking trail kind of curves in, that can be moved out, and there's several opportunities we can move those things back so we're not so close to the property line, and we're willing to continue to work with them. I do wish there was more time. I do wish I could agree to a continuance, but we've kind of pushed this on pause because of design issues. We really need to get started on our development, but that doesn't mean we don't continue to work with them. They have my number. They have my email. Mr. Suggs is here. He's here local. I've put him in contact, and he's agreed to meet him out there, and I've asked, I think the next meeting of the Buffett Trace HOA is in June. We've, you know, told them if you can get a special date, we'll come out and talk to them about that and see what, you know, tweaks we can do. But, you know, you can't really do a dramatic redesign of a concept plan at this, but there's certainly things we can address the issues. There's a lot of existing vegetation. You can see in our concept plan, we're trying to keep as much of that existing vegetation around the periphery of the property to maintain that existing privacy. And that's, you know, makes sense. A developer doesn't want to clear vegetation they don't need to clear that might have to be replaced. You know, you want to try to keep the vegetation that is there. So that's kind of where we are. Staff, you know, says, you know, they have recommendation to approve. It meets all the applicable subdivision and zoning regulations. I know there's concern about runoff. That's always a concern when a new development comes into place. You know, the standard is the post-development flows have to be equal to or less than what's going off the property now, and we've engineered it in a way that we can do that. We've got Mr. Chris Scholar in the back. Well, move it closer. He can dig into the details if there's questions or concerns about that or the traffic study, but we meet the regulations. We're going to be there. We want to work with them, and we'll sit down and talk about things that can be tweaked before this thing goes to final plat. But we do ask that you follow staff's recommendation and approve it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
Sounds like there's a lot of things that have changed. There were a number of things that the opposition said that they wanted to address. The applicant seems willing to address those, but I think that that dialogue would probably be more productive before this is through Planning Commission than after, in terms of the community feeling like they have some ability to really impact any change. So I would be supportive of a 30-day postponement. It seems like 30 days is not a radical adjustment, but it would get away from holiday times. You've got a new president to deal with. You've made adjustments. The plan was updated in the on the website, so it seems like a reasonable request from the community.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. And I don't want to call them opposition, because what I heard throughout the whole course is that they're not opposed to development happening in this area. What I think everyone's struggling with is lack of communication, lack of available time to absorb and really process and have some input. Again, I don't normally do this. I agree with my fellow commissioner that I think 30 days. And the only reason I say that is because of all the people who spoke, the one person that I know long history with, having grown up in that area, is Ronnie Collins. And Ronnie has been involved in everything in that community as long as I can remember. And I just turned 44, so that's a long time. I can remember before Home Depot was there, when the discussion when Home Depot was going in, all of that. My parents were involved in all of that with them. So I would strongly recommend that you really take them to heart. If he says he's reached out and tried to get meetings, I take him at his word, because the one thing I can say about Ronnie is he's like a tick on a dog. He's not letting go once he's got a hold of you. So, you know, meet with them, listen to their concerns. My only other one is not consequential to anything with this whole project, is that it's going to put a whole lot more people using my back end way going down Level Road to Kinsel Way to get into Walmart, so I don't have to sit on Millertown. But that's the only thing, and that doesn't matter to any of this discussion. Just make sure all the residents, if they move in there, if this is approved, they go another way besides Kinsel, because I don't want it clogged up.
All right. Let's see here. Commissioner Adams.
I'll make a motion to postpone for 30 days.
We have a motion to postpone, and we have a second from Commissioner Smith. And, you know, while it's not a requirement to talk or negotiate with the neighborhood, we do encourage it as a best practice. And, you know, when you get off on the right foot in the beginning, that's a good thing. And so let's take a vote and see where it lands. So we've got a motion and a second to postpone for 30 days. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to agenda item 18. Oh, postpone. That's all right. If that's all we get wrong today, we'll be fine. 22, agenda item 22. Applicant Taco Bell of America LLC, location north side of Kingston Pike, west of Westwood, 1.02 acres, zoning CG1, existing land use commercial, and proposed use restaurant with a drive-through facility. Staff recommendation is to approve the request for a drive-through facility in CG1 zoning districts, subject to the 6 noted conditions. Is the applicant present?
Hi, good afternoon. Anthony Barshanowitz with GPD Group on behalf of Taco Bell of America.
All right.
Address is 1228 Euclid Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, thank you. Do we have opposition? All right. Would you like to proceed or defer?
We'll proceed.
Could I ask that you raise the podium so we can hear you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
There's a button on the right,
Hey,
sir.
Councilor Mullins, could you restore order in the rear? Thank you.
There we go. Tiny buttons. All right, there we go. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. As you'll see in the staff report, there was some conditions for recommendation for approval. I'm not going to go over them one by one, but I just like to go and point out some generalities about what we're going for here. It's for a special use permit for the drive-through itself. The property is currently zoned commercial and is appropriate for this land use. There was also a traffic study that was put together for this property that was also submitted to the jurisdiction for review for the driveway placement. And in relativity to that, the site is actually being improved from where it is currently. The existing building is only 17 feet away from the property line. We're increasing that to 48 feet to go and create a better sight line in each direction on Kingston Pike for customers using the cars to get in and out of the site. Let's see here. Lost my train of thought. Taco Bell is also encouraging a pedestrian-friendly site by restoring the sidewalk up along Kingston Pike to a much more nicer, desirable form, as well as adding a bike rack to the front of the building as well to encourage cyclists to go and park their bikes and lock them up safely. Reading through some of the commentary that was posted online, we did take into a lot of that consideration. And there seemed to be some concerns with a lot of traffic being generated by Taco Bell itself. Again, this is a commercial property currently, and it's going to be a commercial use if Taco Bell is allowed to proceed with their structure. We did have Taco Bell Corporate actually owns several of the stores around the area, so we were able to pull numbers from area stores and average them all out here. There were some concerns really with time frame of school drop-off and pickup around the morning and the afternoon. We went and took a look at those time frames along with when Taco Bell has their highest sales, and their highest sales are really during the lunch hour between 11 and 1 o'clock. After that, their sales tend to plummet up until about 4:30 when it kind of picks up a little bit for the dinner service. And then about 9 o'clock in the evening, it just plummets, and there's not really a whole lot of traffic after that. So those are some items to consider for what might be the increase of traffic, but really, it's really just for the lunch hour. There were some concerns about the site and its proximity to the residential area. That is, I believe is to the northwest, if I'm looking at it correctly. The site currently sits about 13 feet lower in elevation than the residences behind. There is an existing retaining wall that will then be restored by the landlord. He's proposing to do a brand new one with a new fence on top to make it safe for anybody who's using that greenway behind and for the students behind. With that said, with the building sitting as low as it is, it's not really going to be obtrusive as far as the sight line's concerned from the residential units behind. And if there is any concern regarding site lighting, we can always propose new site lights that are going to be a little bit lower, so that way it won't have any kind of glaring effect to neighboring properties at all. And just to finish up, Taco Bell is committed to be a good neighbor, so we welcome any kind of discussions, and we are flexible with different things to help promote being a good neighbor to not only the residences but the school and the commercial properties as well.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Do we have opposition? Please come to the podium.
Chris Baker, 219 Century Court. I am the property that is almost directly behind the proposed Taco Bell, number 2, yes, 19, correct. We're asking for at least postponement of this for at least 30 days. Most of us, if you see the comments that were supposed to be printed out for you from yesterday, we were just made aware of this. We were told that there was 5 mailings sent out to the people on Century Court. Only one of those received it. We were also informed that Knox County School Systems was sent a mailer. However, the address on the tax card is invalid, so they did not receive that mailer. We would like to, again, at least postpone this so that there is time that not only Knox County can do a security and maintenance assessment on what the proposed improvement will do for the ingress and egress of traffic for the safety of the children. If you have ever been on Kingston Pike between Westwood Road and North Shore, it is gridlock in the morning, it is gridlock at lunchtime, it is gridlock between 2 and 5 o'clock. I live in the Westwood neighborhood there. We have had a traffic calming study done with the city of Knoxville because of that gridlock. We have traffic that cuts through there all the way over to the interstate and to go down to Paper Mill. The traffic concerns definitely are our biggest concern for the school community and our community. They talk about the different traffic times, but they're going to have 2-lane drive-through, and that drive-through right now is not currently approved through that current zoning. That is why they're asking for special use. There is a reason why it is not zoned that way. We had a Knoxville, the Bearden Village Opportunities Plan that we did with the Knoxville Planning Commission that states development along Kingston Pike east and west of the Homburg Drive corridor consists of offices and large-scale commercial centers containing fast food restaurants and strip malls. However, most of these establishments are stable centers. Complete redevelopment does not seem likely within the next 5 years. For these areas to become more pedestrian-friendly and fit into the urban village theme, the recommendations to the right should be considered. Orient buildings toward sidewalks and parking at back of buildings. Incorporate mixed use between floors of buildings with commercial retail on first floor and office residentials. We require formal tree plantings along sidewalks and within parking lots. The only thing they have done in regards to our Bearden Village opportunity is plant trees. They have followed nothing else upon this. The site plan itself creates possible external obsoleces for these residences. As you see, the trash site is at the very rear of their property. It is within 50 feet of the nearest property line behind there and within 10 feet of that greenway. They sit lower than that greenway, but yet they put their trash can as far away from their property as possible for a reason. The smell of trash from a Taco Bell would deter their customers if it was closer. So they are putting it at the very back. Also, there are hours that they talk about that it drops off at 9 o'clock. Most of, if not all, of the businesses along this close at normal business hours. Taco Bell is open till 2 o'clock in the morning for a reason. If their business dropped off at 9 and becomes dead, they would not stay open until 2 a.m. This would create undue noise and traffic concerns for not only our residents, but everyone else along that area. We want revitalization of that said site. It is an eyesore. However, this improvement does nothing to bring value to the community, only to itself, and does not improve the community in any way, only further complicates the traffic flow. We have pedestrians that walk their kids to school. If they are coming, their ingress and egress of their site is showing to turn out one way. Most Taco Bells have multiple ways of ingress and egress. We are seeing this issue on Kingston Pike. That is why there's a Knoxville ordinance within the county that does not allow drive-through restaurants on Kingston Pike. There's been discussions about the Sonic on Cumberland, or the Starbucks on Cumberland Avenue, the Chick-fil-A that is currently on Kingston Pike that has multiple ingress and egress options and still backs up on the Kingston Pike. This traffic will be horrendous for not only our school children, but everyone else as far as the Westwood community, that more people will cut through there to avoid this traffic that Taco Bell causes. We implore you to decline, if not at least postpone, that we can have further discussions with them, as well as get Knox County School System involved for further assessments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have other opposition?
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Levitt.
Are you guys okay to extend a couple of minutes here? Okay.
I live at 5817 Tool Drive in Knoxville. And Chris has covered much of what I was going to, so I will limit my remarks. Essentially, first of all, I'm a longtime resident of the neighborhood of Westwood, which abuts the business district of Kingston Pike in question. I don't believe the commission has obtained sufficient input from the parties who will be most impacted from this project. And I'm not familiar with your policies or procedures for how you distribute information and collect information. But I can say that in my neighborhood, we have seen no public notices of this plan. And a handful of people at best have received advisement cards in the mail. I've seen no notices on Kingston Pike, and I've not seen any public notices posted on the two buildings that, if demolished, for the Taco Bell, that will be demolished if this goes forward. So basically, we've all been, in our neighborhood and vicinity, we've all been caught off guard. And I think that's clearly reflected in the public comments that you have received recently. Up until April 11th, there had been only 2 public comments on the commission's website. In the past 2 days, there have been 102. So you've got quite a bit of information there to go through, and I really doubt that, well, I doubt that most of you have had time to peruse those comments. Those comments contain some pretty significant information, and I think they raise safety issues that are legitimate and should be given serious consideration. And I think that in view of that, a postponement of this project, or excuse me, the assessment of this should be in order. And
if you could wrap up, sir, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. So essentially, that's mine. I request that you postpone this, and in the alternative, I request that the application be denied.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Okay, let's see here. Okay. All right.
Real brief. Excuse me. Yeah. Josh Burnett, 135 South Forest Park Boulevard. I'm the Vice President of People's Development. And I just want to make it clear that what we're asking for is just use on review for the drive-through. This isn't about Taco Bell, it's about a drive-through, which would be consistent with everything else that's happening in that area. If you zoom out from this document here that you should have in your packet, there's 3 different drive-throughs in the area. One is next door, which is a car wash. It's a drive-through. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really think a Taco Bell drive-through is going to increase traffic on Kingston Pike at this area, and I don't personally feel like it's a detriment to the area. So I'm going to make a motion. We approve the request for a drive-through facility in the CG1 zoning district per staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve per staff recommendation by Commissioner Roth, seconded by Commissioner Barger. We have more lights and more discussion. So let's go to Commissioner Smith.
And I'm not going to oppose it, but I just happened to notice, because going back to several things we've talked about, and they brought up a good point, the fact that they are open till 2. And I didn't notice in any of the conditions about any light shields to make sure that the neighborhood behind doesn't have excessive light spill from parking lot lights and stuff that go on till 2 a.m. I didn't notice that in a condition. But then I also noticed, while I was thinking about that Mr. Murphy isn't here, and I'm wondering if we should do a welfare check, because I don't think he's ever missed a meeting that I can remember. So that was just a question for staff, if the parking lot light consideration had come into play to make sure that the neighbors right behind don't have excessive light spill up till 2 o'clock in the morning.
I did not consider too much. The city has a pretty robust lighting standards in the zoning ordinance. It requires full cutoff lights, and in this, like, the property will be lower. Okay, I guess I did mention it, that it had to meet the lighting standards, but yeah, the city has a pretty robust lighting requirement, so I wasn't too concerned from that standpoint.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. We've all witnessed in the last couple of days the amount of interest from the neighborhood. And I am a resident of that neighborhood, been there probably longer than anybody in the room, 43 years. So I'm well aware of the traffic issues on Kingston Pike, especially the issues with the school, since we've got 2 school facilities there. And there was a sign originally posted. I don't know how long it stayed up, but it has not been there in quite a while. Was not aware of the project until our meetings, till the initial applications came out. So I would support a postponement. I can't at this point agree to approve the project as it is. I think the business needs to communicate with the neighborhood and get some input.
Commissioner Adams.
I raised this issue at agenda review, and seeing 101 comments come in since then certainly hasn't allayed my concerns. That I recognize that this is a review on a drive-through, and my issue is with a drive-through. So I will not be supporting this. I can't see how this could help in terms of the extreme congestion that area experiences pretty much all the time, but definitely during the 11 to 4:30 time period until 6:30 or 7. So I just can't support this.
Commissioner Midas.
Thanks, Chairman Hill. So a couple of things I want to point out. In the packet, in the report that Mike presented, there was a comment about the Beard and Opportunities Plan being limited to the Hamburg area. Myself, as well as Chairman Hill, is part of the Bearden Village community, and we've been involved in implementing this Bearden Opportunities Plan. And I will say that that area of pedestrian orientation is not limited to just the Hamburg area. It actually, through Kingston Pike, starts at Western Plaza and continues all the way to North Shore. There was a comment about it being already an auto-oriented area with the car wash and the Firestone. I went back and looked at the years that those were developed. It looks like the Firestone has been there since 1990, when I'm assuming that that was a use by right during the old zoning code. The car wash was at least from 2015. Again, that was before the previous, before Recode Knoxville, before the zoning ordinance was changed. And if you go back and look at both of those uses by right, both the car wash and the auto center, those are now special uses as well as the drive-through, and that's why we're here right now trying to decide. You know, I drive through that area quite a bit, and everyone here knows about the traffic. But I don't think there's any area that should be more pedestrian-centric than around a school. And the fact that this is a piece of property that is creating an auto-centric area in front of a school, I can't support. I live much further than the residents in Westwood and the residents across the street, and I know there's no bus service in my neighborhood. So that means elementary kids, if they don't have a ride, they're walking up the Greenway to get there, as well as all the other students that are in this area. And I don't believe that this provides for a safe environment for the kids in that area, for people who are on the Greenway, and I'm not going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Huber.
Yeah, and Mike, thank you for the clarification on the lighting. I was a little bit worried about that as well, but I do understand that the city really leans more towards the night sky compliant, with the full cutoff luminaires. So I do appreciate you answering that. As far as the traffic, we all know it really gets to be a problem in that area on Kingston Pike. But my experience is a lot of these uses, Taco Bell or pick one. I mean, it really services the traffic that's already there. I don't know how much it's going to be drawing in. Particularly, I know it has some peak times that are higher and less than others, but generally, I mean, that's why these businesses want to locate on Kingston Pike, is because the traffic count is already there. One thing I did notice, and again, getting back to the issue that this is really just about a drive-through and is it appropriate or not. One thing I did notice on here, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like where you've got the drive-through intercoms are located on the western side of the buildings, which is towards the car wash. They're not traditionally, a lot of times they put them directly behind the buildings, which would be much more intrusive, I think, to the neighbors when people are coming through there and ordering any food. But they are around the corner, so I think that helps me to be able to support it. Thank you.
Commissioner Shelso.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add after everyone's.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith.
One more question I meant to ask a second ago of the applicant. I know not all Taco Bell locations serve breakfast, and looking through the design book from Taco Bell, it didn't indicate that they would be serving breakfast. Will this location serve breakfast? At this time, yes. Okay. Because that goes back to the traffic concern that I had at agenda review as well. But correct me if I'm wrong, staff, I'm going to look for you all, and I apologize, there was a ton of reading, and I don't read all 101 comments. Did the school system submit any concerns with the traffic as it relates to how close it is to the entrance for the school during that peak rush hour of a morning?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I don't think the schools were aware of the project. That's one of the issues. If you don't mind, Chairman, I have a question on the applicant. During the hours of 11 and 1, what do you expect in terms of volume of cars?
Between 11 and 1?
Yes.
I don't have a volume of cars, but it accounts for about 23% of the sales of an entire day for Taco Bell. So between 11 and 1, that's a quarter of their sales, basically. Now, getting back to breakfast real quick, that only accounts for 5% of their sales currently. Obviously, McDonald's has a huge stakehold in that. They've been around for years. Taco Bell is trying to move into that direction, but I'm sure it'll take another 10 years for them to get there.
I'm sorry. I distinctly remember reading a comment from a principal. I made the assumption that it was the principal of Bearden Elementary.
I think it was just someone that worked there.
Just
an employee.
Employee at the school commented.
I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, there was a principal. I don't know if it was a principal of Bearden Elementary, but there was.
You know, my comments are not intended to persuade or dissuade any decision here at the moment, but I do just want to make everyone aware that this is a CG1 designation, and there are uses that could create potentially more traffic, and there are restaurants that could go in here without a drive-through, and, you know, we could argue whether that makes it more or less walkable. And then we have this extraordinary circumstance of this windstorm that we're all aware of, and I think that probably attributed to the sign being blown away. And then we saw all these volumes of comments in these last few days, which would lead a reasonable mind to believe that they weren't fully informed. And while it's not I guess it's not a hard, fast rule that you have to put a sign out, I just think it would be a good effort. I would like to encourage Commissioner Roth to maybe take away his motion, and let's pause for 30 days and let folks in the neighborhood get better informed and talk through this just a little bit better, because I sense this might be a close vote, and I shouldn't consider that just because it's a close vote. But I am convinced that people are concerned about a lot of things. They do have CG1 by right, but it is special use with a drive-through, and I'm going to request my colleague Commissioner Roth if he would just consider that, maybe a 30-day postponement.
Mr. Chairman, while he's considering, in case he were to reconsider, the one question I do have, I'm just giving you time, Jeff, to think. I'd love to know, the Taco Bell on Millertown seems to make up 50% of the entire county sales between the hours of 4 and 11. So if you could pull me that data, because that one is always backed up, and I'd rather like walk across Interstate 40 at rush hour than sit in that line.
We got Commissioner Roth
I
and
guess I
deep
have
thought.
the floor, don't I?
Trying to get you time.
You know, in light of the comments that have been made and the concerns that we have, and hearing from my fellow commissioner over here that there are people certainly in the area that weren't aware of what was going on, I will take my motion back, and I'll make a motion to postpone for 30 days.
We've got a motion to postpone,
I will second that.
and we've got Commissioner Phillips with a second. I appreciate your extra consideration, Commissioner Roth. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries for a 30-day postponement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have to leave.
Okay. Have a good long weekend. Safe travels.
Chairman Hill, I'll be recusing from item number 25 as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Huber. All right. We'll move on to agenda item 25, applicant Huber Properties LLC, location west side of Fretz Road, south of North Campbell Station Road. Tract information is 12.89 acres. Present plan designation and zoning is ag, hillside protection, ag. Proposed plan designation and zoning is low-density residential, hillside protection, and planned residential. Existing land use is rural residential. Density proposed up to 5 dwelling units per acre. This is going to require 2 motions. First motion, staff recommendation, approve the sector plan amendment to LDR and hillside protection because it's consistent with changing conditions and development in the area. Motion 2, staff recommendation, approve the planned residential zone up to 5 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with changing conditions and surrounding development. Is the applicant present? All right, Mr. King, do we have any opposition? We have opposition on Zoom, I'm being told. Okay, would you like to proceed or defer, Councilor King?
I guess I'll defer.
You guess not to defer? Or you will defer?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So let's move on to the opposition.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Art Trivedi, 12134 Wood Hollow Lane, Knoxville, and I am the president of the Brandywine Homeowners Association. We are a quiet and long-term community in Northwest County, just south of and abutting the proposed development. Our community realized that there was the potential for more development in the wake of estate changes in the recent past with this property. How much more development was and is the question. We have seen tremendous growth in Northwest County. 2 large D.R. Horton communities have been developed to our south and west along Fretz Road and Hatmaker Lane. At the end of Hatmaker Lane, yet another development is underway. Additional tracts of land remain in the area, and given the nature of our free market economy, there is sound reason to believe that enterprising developers will continue their endeavors to bring more rooftops to the area. However, what is concerning is the planning and consideration for the impact on the area. Here are several examples. Traffic continues to grow in the area. According to the Knoxville TPO, Transportation Planning Organization, the average daily traffic count has doubled in the last 20 years, north of the intersection of Snyder and North Campbell Station, which is the most proximate location to the project in question. The pace of growth over the whole term, 3.2%, has continued to edge up since 2016 and through 2021, the last year of data provided, and now stands at a 3.5% compound annual growth rate. Ladies and gentlemen, by 2031, if this growth rate holds, the average daily traffic through the same metering location will be north of 12,000 vehicles per day from its 2021 total of 8,700 vehicles. Is this progress? Perhaps it is, but not without consequences. Second, given the condition of the roads in the area, both in terms of size and quality, this is unsustainable even today. With more development and growing traffic, it seems untenable in the future. Something must be done. Moreover, specific to the proposed development, the intersection of Fretz and North Campbell Station has become a safety concern. There is little hesitation on the part of drivers racing out of the intersection of Ridgeland and North Campbell Station to our north. Heavy equipment, some of it from construction work taking place in the area, continues to burden North Campbell Station and Fretz. The Planning Commission must address the traffic situation at the corner of Fretz and North Campbell, in addition to the general traffic in the area. Another chief concern is on Fretz. How will ingress and egress work? Will the allowed passage to the property be safe for the new residents as well as for existing residents passing by? We don't even know how many homes will be permitted. That begs the question, do we have the cart before the horse, the manicured lawn before the house on the hill? Number 4, what about water runoff management? We've seen no plan, we have no indication of a solution. The low points on Fretz already have ponding water and create unnecessary safety issues. Overall, what is the environmental impact? Number 5, what is the impact on quality of life? This is difficult to enumerate, but there is an impact. In summary, given the limited details provided as part of the application for plan amendment and rezoning, the Brandywine HOA cannot, in good conscience, support the current development as it is and as it's represented. We stand opposed, not out of anger or ill will. Let me reiterate this, and this is important. We stand opposed not out of anger or ill will. Rather, we stand opposed because there appears to be little data or information to put at ease the minds of our homeowners. The staff report, which recommends approval of both the plan amendment and rezoning, reference that, quote, roadway enhancements are planned to occur at Fretz Road and North Campbell Station Road to improve conditions for turning vehicles at this intersection. We ask, by when? Before or after someone is hurt, or worse yet, killed? Let's not let it come to that. Let's plan, then act. Just because it fits the current protocols, it doesn't make it right without needed improvements made first or concurrent to any new development. Furthermore, more information about the development needs to be made public. So at the very least, we ask for a postponement, and in the very worst case, we ask that the Planning Commission vote no. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for your comments. Councilor King?
I'm thinking maybe one of the things I
heard from the opposition related to traffic was North Campbell Station and Fretz Road, but and traffic in that general area. I know that engineering has been aware of that and has already undertaken efforts to make changes and improvements, somewhat discussed at the agenda review, but I'd like to just go ahead and call on county engineering to give us an answer about the traffic situation and timing on it and that sort of thing, rather than listening to me, listen to engineering on that.
Yes, sir, Mr. King. Yeah, Commissioners, we have a design contract with Robert G. Campbell that we're in the process now of constructing a two-way left turn lane from Fretz Road to the south to, I can't think of it, but it's a smaller subdivision. So we do have a project underway to build a three-lane section through that corridor that would allow for safer left turn access onto Fretz Road. We have a couple 8 tracks of right-of-way we have to acquire, and once those will be approved by County Commission this month, and our hope is to have the improvement under construction in the late summer and either complete the fall of this year or no later than the spring of next.
I don't think I probably need to add anything to that. What the staff analysis shows is that they're made a recommendation to approve LDR because it's consistent with changing conditions and development in the area. I think since the Northwest Sector Plan had been adopted back in about 2016, there's been a lot of development since then, and their recommendation outlines the nature of the additional development, and that it shows a tendency, if you will, not to use this property in any kind of an agricultural undertaking, but signifies it's more for development of low-density residential. So they have recommended approval at as far as the plan is concerned. I don't know. Quality of life is in my view really an individual reaction, and I don't know how to comment to their suggestions or observations about quality of life. I say every day when I see a sunny day like we've had recently here in Knoxville, Tennessee, we've probably got the best quality of life anywhere around. I don't think that another well-done development for people who look for and need housing so they can live in this area is an insurmountable problem. And I believe whatever is developed on this property is going to be back in front of this body and others. It's not going to be any kind of a problem from that standpoint. If there are questions or issues, I'm sure they'll be made at the appropriate time. I'd ask that we have a motion to approve the plan amendment.
Thank you, Mr. King. Vice Chair Uten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is ground zero for just significant development, as we all know. And I think the county is aware of the traffic issues as stated by Director Snowden. And I know TDOT and the county and Farragut are working on intersection improvements at the interstate. And all the other concerns addressed or that were brought up by the neighboring resident will be handled at the concept plan stage and the development plan stage. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the sector plan amendment to LDR, low density, and HBA hillside protection.
Second.
We've got a motion by Vice Chair Uten to approve the sector plan amendment to LDR per staff recommendation, and seconded by Commissioner Phillips. Let's see, still have lights. Commissioner Shelso.
Yeah, I was going to make a motion to approve it despite the fact that, this isn't the concept plan yet, but when we do see the concept plan, when you look at this entire area and the lack of any connectivity between any of those subdivisions, if this were to come before us as a concept plan that only goes out to that one road, I would be opposed to this. This is too late, so I would have made the motion to approve it because everything's already built out around it. But this is a really good example of building subdivisions and not community. We're not building, people who have friends, and people won't be friends because they won't know who lives behind them because they'll never walk down the street by them. And that is not what I think we should be building.
All right. We have a motion and a second, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the PR plan residential zone up to 5 Ds per the acre.
Second.
We've got a motion by Vice Chair Uten to approve the planned residential per staff recommendation up to 5 dwelling units per acre, seconded by Commissioner Phillips. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Chairman Hill, I want to second Commissioner Shelso's comments. I think it's well placed, and I think he's looking long-term.
Thank you. All right. Agenda item 27, applicant Ralph Smith, location south side of Old Cobb's Ferry Road, east of intersection of West Emory Road, Hackworth Road, and Old Cobb's Ferry Road. Approximate size, .838 acre. Present zoning, ag, zoning requested, low-density residential, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Staff recommendation on the motion is to deny low-density residential zone because it is not consistent with the sector plan or growth policy plan. Is the applicant present?
Yes. Ralph Smith, 205 Lamar Avenue, Clinton.
All right. Do we have any opposition? Oppositions? Seeing no opposition, please proceed.
When we started this little project, the owner of the property, Mr. Sharp, has 20-plus acres right there, plus other property in the area. And it has an existing house you can see in the middle of that road frontage right there. And he moved another house, which he's wont to do. He's done this several times, is move a house onto pieces of his property, fix them up, and provide long-term rental for folks. So he moved the other house in the corner right there, in the northwest corner of this tract, onto the property. And we didn't have to do any kind of resub or rezoning because we had ag zoning and we had plenty of acreage to have 2 residences on one tract that big. So it wasn't an issue until he got ready to build his son a house. And he would like to put his son's house behind that rental on the northwest corner. So it seemed like, just looking at the zoning map, it would be a logical thing to go for RA zoning. And apparently that's not logical. That's bumping up against too many other plans, sector plans and growth plans. And we would like to have the RA zoning. We don't want an acre. We were given the option of, well, why don't you just rezone to PR and have an acre lot, which planning would approve, but there wasn't any point to rezone to PR if we're going to have a 1 acre lot. We've got 1 acre lots available in ag zoning. So we went with RA, and one of the reasons for doing that is just to kind of avoid another step of development approval, which we would have to do if we rezone to PR. Then we've got to come back and ask for a development plan to be approved just to build a house. That just seems like an awful lot of unnecessary expense in trouble to do that. All we want to do is build a house for his son. He doesn't want a 1 acre lot, so we were going to go for the half acre lot that you might have seen included in the package. We wouldn't even have probably asked to rezone the little rental house, but it just seemed like a natural move if we were going to do a lot behind that rental house, just to go ahead and rezone them both at the same time. We could have still left it on ag zoning and had plenty of acreage to do that. But we're asking for a common sense ruling on this, I think. If you look at the growth plan, it is planned growth or growth area all around us to the east and to the south. I get that. I get zoning. I get why you do it. I live just a few miles from here. I don't like the way everything has gone PR, and we're not going to have a pasture left in Carnes soon. I don't like that, but I can accept it. If I want to live in Carnes, I suspect there are a lot of other people who want to live in Carnes too. But if the reasons for doing this, I mean, we don't really have to worry about added traffic on Old Cobb's Ferry. We're right at the very end of Old Cobb's Ferry, and we're only talking about one other house there. If we say that we can't rezone to RA right here because it doesn't fit one of the other multitude of plans out there, then does that mean that everybody else north of the highway and west of all this other PR zoning can't do anything with their ag property unless they go to PR? That seems like quite an overreach, and it seems like an awful lot for us to go through just to be able to build a house on a piece of property that's less than an acre.
Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. I'm going to make a motion to deny RA low-density residential per staff's recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Phillips to deny RA per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Shelso. Seeing no other lights, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. We've got 10 ayes and 2 noes, I believe. Is that right? Or is that 3? Or okay. Or is it 11? We've lost 1. We're missing. Okay. You got it. Did you get the count? Give me that count. Motion passes 11-2. We don't need to call roll on 11-2. 11-2. Motion passes. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there more than 2? Let's get them on record. Who have we got?
I think you talking about me? No, so I voted in favor, but then I was confused when I saw Eddie's light. I wasn't sure if we had skipped over some discussion, so I was.
Got it.
There was probably a very concerned look on my face.
Got it. All right. Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Chairman, before we go on to the next item, and I don't normally do this, but I want to give everybody a chance to stand up for just a second, but for a very important purpose. April is Child Abuse Prevention Month in this country. And in the time we've been here, unfortunately, 1 child in this country has died due to child abuse and neglect. Today, we will lose 5 kids, as we do every single day. So I want to just ask for just a moment of silence, actually 25 seconds to be exact, 5 seconds for every child that will die today. Give us a chance to stand up before we move on. But as a body, just for us to recognize the fact that child abuse and neglect is something that's happening. It's happening in our community, the organization I work for. Last year, we helped a little over 6,800 kids right here in the greater Knoxville area that suffered abuse and neglect. 71% of those suffered sexual abuse. So if we could just take 25 seconds, stand, take a moment of silence in honor of the 5 kids we will lose today in this country to
I think we can accommodate that request. Thank you.
Could I just verify that the vote was to deny RA? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, agenda item 29. Applicant Sergey, is it Boatzat or Bodizat? One or the other, I hope. A location north side of Ball Camp Pike and south side of Shod Road, west of Johnson Road. 4.01 acres, present zoning ag, zoning requested planned residential, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land. Density proposed up to 10 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation is to approve the planned residential zone with up to 10 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the sector plan and is a suitable location for this residential intensity, subject to one condition. All right, is the applicant present?
Katie Wozek, 4334 Paper Mill Drive. I'm with Batson Himes. We're the engineer representing the owner.
Do we have opposition? All right, we have opposition. Who have we got signed up? $29. I don't have any. Okay, how about Ashley Wheeler? I'm sorry, first of all, would you like to proceed or
I'll defer.
Okay. Ashley Wheeler. Let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4 against. We've got 4 against. Do we have 4 people that are going to speak? Could you raise your hands if you're going to speak? What have we got? 3? Do I see 3 or 4? You see 4? Okay. All right. Commission, how you want to deal with the time here? 2 minutes each. Everybody suitable with 2 minutes each? Okay. All right.
Hi, I'm Ashley Wheeler, 7201 Ball Camp Pike. So I'm the home that this is surrounding. Based on this previously being family property, what I know of the land around it is approximately 1.4 acres is protected wetlands, and then the remaining 2.6 could be developed. I also know that there is only septic systems underneath the ground for sewage, and in the past, we have dealt with the previous owner leaving abandoned vehicles and things like that, so there's some concern around that. I'll try to be quick and and not get emotional about it, but realistically, it's just kind of a cumbersome issue to develop around there. And Ball Camp Pike is right in front of our home, and there's the Amherst and Ball Camp Pike intersection. And I know while Shod Road is going to be going through, there's no definite date for that to be completed, and we are consistently having accidents and congestion and unable to pull out of our driveway. And so we just have a lot of issues there that we're concerned about if this were to be approved and go through with development before Shod Road is complete. And that's, I guess I'll just stop there and let somebody else on.
Thank you for your
It's gonna take me a
comments.
second. Thank you.
Ronnie Finley?
I'm Ronald Finley. I live at 7117 Ball Camp Pike. I've lived there for 40 years. My home's 75 years old. I understand progress, development. When I first moved there 40 years ago, it was county from Clinton Highway to Lovell Road. It's changed quite a bit. The only problem I have, I do not want to see multi-unit housing. If that was single home, single family residence, I would understand. There's not an apartment complex nowhere up and down Ball Camp Pike, Shod Road. It's residential. It's a very old residential. There's a 100-year farm quarter mile down the street from me, Mr. Reagan. There is wetlands there. So you're going to talk, if you talk multi-family, you're talking about adding 100 cars if you make it multi-family on that acreage. I'm looking at a subdivision across the street from me, Spring Lake Farms. Used to be the old stab place. Some of you know him, on Shoney's. There's going to be 200 new homes there. It's done approved. They're building them. There is no traffic. I have called the county several times. It's on record. The flooding off of Beaver Creek. We've had a water issue for years. Can't seem to get anything done about it. Our traffic issue is just continuously growed. And like my neighbor said, the new Shaw Road, it ain't gonna be done for another year at least. They got one more bridge yet to go.
Mr. Finley, if you could wrap up, please. We're out of time.
Well, there's no sewer for these multi-homes. There is no sewer acceptability right there. I know. I live there. You're adding a congestion and traffic without ever having anything. I mean, these 200 homes across the street are going to dump onto Amherst, 150 feet from the red light. And if you've ever been in that area, which you probably haven't, especially during the traffic times, you know, it's backed up in each way as far as you can see for about a quarter, half mile. So even when emergency vehicles come down through there, that kind of traffic, we don't have, you know, they struggle getting through, you know. So I think it needs to be considered. Like I say, I'm not against progress, but I think that ought to be a single family. That's what's all around there. There are no multifamilies up and down through there.
Thank you for your comments. Dennis Garinger.
I'm Rebecca Johnson.
Okay.
I'm not on there. I'm the third one.
Is Dennis here? Okay. Is Chad Frost here?
I'm Brenda Brooks, and Mr. Frost was going to speak, but he couldn't be here today, so I'm speaking instead. And I represent Seth Downey, who lives at 7201 Volcamp Pike.
Okay. And, all right, Commission, are we okay with adding another speaker? So,
I'll be really quick. I'm not good at this.
all right.
I'm Rebecca Johnson. I'm Ashley Wheeler's mom, who lives at 7201 Volcamp Pike. My dad was born in that house. My grandfather built the house that they live in, so that's that. So I'm a little emotional, and I will tell you that the person that is developing this land has taken every right and every privilege that he has wanted to because he said he owned the land. Water, where that is wetland, it was to never be built on. And I would urge someone to go out and inspect that land that they're wanting to build on. It's, when you've got somebody where they've gone in and redone this home, and this has been farm, agricultural area for, I mean, I'm 63, my grandfather built that house in he's added on starting in 1934, I think, and developed all that land. And when you see that and you see somebody come in, and where you have nothing but water all around there, and all that area where that roads are being developed, I would urge you just to go out and look what's going to be built on, and somebody who is defiant. It's like building building residential places on quicksand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Brenda Brooks, and I'm an attorney with Moore Brooks, 6223 Highland Place Way, 37919, and I represent Seth Downing, who lives at 7201 Ball Camp Pike. The other speakers have addressed all of the issues that we would bring to your attention, but there are 4 fundamental problems with this. This property, this rezoning is premature. The traffic is a problem. The surrounding properties are zoned agricultural. There's very little development. The wetlands is well documented. There are springs on this property, and in conjunction with the traffic, there are insufficient utilities. The applicant says that there is KUB sewer and utilities. These properties are on the septic system. The utilities end north of the school, and I don't know my directions exactly, but there is no. The only thing these properties have is septic. So that is a major problem. The development would be premature. And really talking about the wetlands, you can see on this map the blue line. There is actually another line. It's an upside down diagonal T. Most of the 4.05 cannot be used. So you're getting to the point where it can't be up to 10 units. It just is not compatible with the use that the developer seeks to use, seeks to have it rezoned for. The Shod Road is a dead end right now. If you go to the left on the screen, there is no Shod Road less than a mile south of this development. All the traffic has to use these little connector streets. There was something on WBIR a couple years ago about Johnson Road, which is a little connector street with Ball Camp. That is just, traffic complaints are horrendous. Amherst and Ball Camp, traffic complaints are horrendous. This property, the infrastructure is just not ready for this rezoning. And I would also like, if there is a postponement, to get more information for your consideration about the wetlands. There are springs underneath that property. The lady that would be in charge of the Tennessee Department of Conservation, she's out until April the 17th, so I did not have the chance to talk to her. But I think that is a very important consideration if you're looking at medium density for this particular property. It's not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Do I say my name and address again?
No, you don't.
Okay. Just to kind of address some of the concerns from the citizens, I do want to clarify that this is just for rezoning. That's why there is not more information as far, like we'll have to come back for concept, things like that. And at that time, there's obviously way more information. And then when we go to the design plan phase, even more information that the county will deal with. We are aware that we got a hydraulic determination from GEOS. There is a stream that basically runs along the back side of this property. Because this is preliminary and it's just for rezoning, we usually wait. We are required by the state, if we disturb more than an acre, to get the stream determination and wetland delineation. So at that time, we are required by the state to have those documents. Because we have already established that there is a blue line stream on the property, we've already taken that into consideration as far as the buffers that are required for that. we have a general concept, depending on, how this progresses. The entire, pretty much where that is located is unbuildable, as they state. Part of the reason for the requested zoning is to be able to use what remains of the property as buildable area to have the density needed to create a subdivision. At just like what we're proposing right now, whenever we do come back for concept, they're looking into townhomes in this area. The density of up to 10 dwelling units per acre. So if, let's say, there is only 3 acres that can be used, that's 30 townhomes. It won't be, the amount of acreage that we have will limit the 10 dwelling units per acre. There's only 3 acres available, then that's only 30 townhomes. And additionally, I know that they're worried about seeing a development from their property. One of the conditions based on staff is that we have to have a landscape, I think it's a B buffer. That's a 20-foot landscape buffer and it's for any areas around our property that are agriculture, which is all of them. So there will be a 20-foot buffer, landscape buffer requirement around the entirety of this development. And we are in staff agreement with that condition as well.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Adams.
I have a question about how, well, first of all, where this is positioned, right on Shad Road. It does seem to offer the transitional sort of development that we look for on larger roads like that, to provide some transition to single family. But my question is about the septic. Sorry, I don't know this, but how do you put a development there with only septic?
Could you speak up? We can't hear you.
We can go to county engineering if you want to speak to
Sewer
them.
would have to be provided. You can't put
Okay.
that many units on 3A.
I was asking a question about the existence or non-existence of the septic and how a development could go in without that. And my colleagues were confirming it can't. We have to have a sewer connection there. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, I was muted.
Commissioner Huber.
I agree. I think this is a pretty good location for some density. We get a lot of heat a lot of times for, that we don't plan. You got to plan the roads before you plan the densities and the developments and things like that. And this certainly has been planned. And I would throw this out to county engineering. Can you give us an update on the road, the extension? I know it's been in the works for a long time. Do you have any idea when it will be done?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Huber. The contractor has until December of this year to complete the work. However, the bridge, we do have one bridge that is remaining. We're having some issues with CSX coordination, so we do anticipate an extension, most likely probably spring, summer of 2024, unfortunately.
Okay. But it's in the works. It's certainly been a huge road project. And again, with that kind of dollars that were expended from the state and the county, everybody involved, that's how it ended up in the sector plan as medium density residential, as staff pointed out. So I would be in support.
Commissioner Shelso.
This is, I guess, a staff question. We don't have a minimum acreage area for PR, do we?
No.
Besides like the setbacks that are part of PR?
No, we don't. There's certain lot sizes that lend themselves better to PR because of the peripheral boundary, but there's not a minimum per se.
So I guess in looking at this and what Shad Road, the extension of, and the likelihood of a very changing area, it kind of worries me that, we could just see a lot of little tiny PR zone requests along these spots, and, how does, we're going to have another, Kingston Pike with lots of little, driveways coming in and off of it. Like maybe for Mr. Stone, what are the driveway requirements for getting onto Shad Road?
Yeah, in this case, this is an arterial, so it would meet the most stringent requirements we have. We'd probably most likely want them to get an access point at the median cut there. But it would be pretty stringent. This being an arterial, it would be something we'd very look close at.
Okay. And I think the density is pretty appropriate here for this size of the road. It's not great to build a 4-lane road and, only build single-family residences along it. But just kind of thinking about how we don't have a minimum on PR kind of worries me, with lots of little tiny pocket neighborhoods popping up along it without much safety concern, I guess.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I heard some comments that I think are ironic with, in contrast, there were some comments about subdivision adding 200 units, and then there's comments about the destruction, the loss of natural resources and farmland. And I think that in a scenario like this is kind of a perfect location to maybe switch out units that could be, sprawled out over existing farmland, and put, in this location that is on these major roads and really in a developed area that is continuing to develop. So with that, and I recommend, or I'd like to make a motion to support following staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Commissioner Higgins to approve PR up to 12 dwelling units per acre per staff what did I say, 12? 10 dwelling units per acre. Seconded by Commissioner Adams, and we have more lights here, so let's go to Commissioner Smith.
And this is a question for staff, and I just can't find the button. But the staff report says the utilities, that there is a sewer source through West Knox Utility. I'm hearing there isn't. I'm sorry. I was sitting here trying to find it in the map and everything. Where's the nearest sewer connection?
I can do.
No. Sorry, sir, I've got to ask staff that question.
Sewer at the school.
So we don't actually have the utility companies consider their lines, their specific line locations to be proprietary, so we can tell where the districts are. So part of the property is within KUB's district, and part of the properties, I believe it was Northwest Utility District, but I'm sure the applicant could probably speak to whether there's plans to connect and where those connections would be located.
Kind of what was mentioned before is that we cannot build this development without connection to public water and sewer, so that will be part of our future plans with the site. It has to be. It's a requirement.
Can I say something?
Well, I'm just.
On that subject, my name is Alex Botisat. I'm Sergey's son. But what I wanted to say, so before he bought this property a few years ago, we wanted to use it to build a shop there for my construction company. I came to MPC. They said that would probably not work. So they said the best thing is to put some kind of multifamily. So what I've decided is to do townhouses there. But I got with David that works with Katie beforehand, and we made sure, I don't know exactly where the location of the sewer is, but there is sewer there. And all the utilities are there.
I mean, if you'd like to know, and it's not nowhere near that property, no accessibility.
Look, I don't know why we're discussing this. They can't move forward without it. Is it appropriate rezoning? And just know that they've got to have sewer. I think that's where we are. We're just spending needless time. Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Question for Ms. Porche. When calculating the area, and part of this is going to have some riparian issues, not sinkholes, but spring, maybe a creek. Is that included? Is that included in the square feet? of the
So
site.
the PR zone, as it is now, is requesting the 10 dwelling units per acre multiplied by the 4.01 acres on this property, they would be able to get up to 40 units. Now, the buffer zone that would be required around the Blue Line stream and any other conditions around the riparian areas, that might shrink that site so that those 40 units are clustered.
Yeah, they're
They
going to
could
be
get up to 40.
clustered on probably less than 3 acres, right? So we're
I don't know
putting-
the acreage of what the buffer is. It's not showing up as a wetline
Just
stream in our
guessing,
maps.
yeah, just guessing that with what the engineer said, probably an acre. So you're putting 40 units on less than 3 acres. Well, that's pretty dense, you know. And there's nothing around it even close. And I can understand the rationale to to maximize density because you have a school and it's on an upgraded road. But that's an awful dense piece of property for 40 units. We're not dealing with just 30. We're dealing with 40 units on less than 3 acres.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to approve plain residential up to 10 dwelling units per acre. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, we've got, let me see the noes, please. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, is that any others? 4 noes.
I'm sorry, I have Phillips, Smith, Midas.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair.
Yep.
Very good at these. I'm sorry, 914.
It's getting late, isn't it? All right, motion carries. Moving on. Agenda item 33, is that where we are? Double check me, it's getting late. All right. 33 applicant Gary Burke, location west of Freeway Heights Drive and south of Gordon Smith Road, 1.86 acres, present zoning ag, zoning requested planned residential, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land, and single-family residential. Density proposed up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation on the motion is to approve planned residential zone with up to 2 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the sector plan and brings the subject properties into compliance with the Knox County zoning ordinance. Is the applicant present? Do we have an applicant? Any opposition? We have opposition. All right. Oh, we've got an applicant. Okay.
She's against it.
What? No, I thought she said she's applicant. Yeah. All right, if the applicant will come to the podium.
Yes, I'm so sorry. My shoe just broke.
Okay.
I apologize. Laura Hamby, 8447 Carl Valentine Circle, 37931, on behalf of Gary Burke.
All right, would you like to proceed or defer? We have opposition.
Differ.
Okay. The opposition would like to come forth.
Hello, my name is Teresa Feliciano. My husband and I have raised our family at 7721 Freeway Heights Drive for 35 years. The property beside our home was bought by a developer from Brentwood, Tennessee. He is asking to build 9 dwelling units on a 1.86 acres. Staff recommendations are approved to up to 2 dwelling units per acre on this 1.86 acres, which would be at least a 1 single-family dwelling unit. They also are suggesting that the applicant could build 3 dwelling units, the same as the current lot configurations allow. Freeway Heights Drive is a 12-foot wide road which does not meet public road standards. The Knox County Engineering and Public Works Departments has stated that additional residents beyond what is currently allowed would trigger road improvements along the length of the Freeway Heights Drive. This road is not one the county has plans to improve or widen. Rezoning to allow more residents above what is currently allowed would put more pressure on this road. What is currently allowed is a total of 3 dwellings. I am speaking on behalf of our family and community. Adding just 1 single-family dwelling unit could add up to 3 extra cars, and adding 3 units could add up to 9 extra cars. 6 to 9 extra cars, which is 2 to 3 dwelling units and 40 extra trips per day, could put more pressure on this narrow road. We are requesting 1 single-family dwelling instead of 2 or 3 dwellings. Here are our concerns. Freeway Heights Drive is a 1-lane narrow road, not wide enough to accommodate any more traffic. People in this neighborhood walk this road daily with children and pets. The road already is experiencing traffic from Tyndall Building Supply and drive-through traffic from Gordon Smith Road. Allowing 2 or 3 more residents will add more traffic, causing it to be dangerous with accidents on the road. Although there is a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit sign, most vehicles don't pay attention to the sign and drive fast on this road, and it's dangerous for my daughters, myself, and all the children that we have that walk on this road. We have advised our 7 grandchildren to hold an adult's hand as they are getting into their car to leave because of this extra traffic. When driving on Freeway Heights Drive, you have to pull over onto the neighbor's yard, causing property damage and possible vehicle damage. Pulling onto Freeway Heights Drive from Norris Freeway, if you can see it on the map, is also dangerous. You must wait as traffic backs up on the highway to allow the other vehicle to pull out onto the highway because the road is a 1-lane road. Let's also consider Mays Chapel Road, which connects to Gordon Smith Road and it connects to Freeway Heights Drive. That's the road we live on, and that is the property that we're talking about. Mays Chapel is a dangerous road which is tight as 2 cars pass each other. It is used as a back road for people who want to avoid Emory Road and Norris Freeway traffic. Gordon Smith Road is a dangerous road. As you drive down this road, it is tight and curvy as other cars pass. Pulling on Norris Freeway is also a concern for Hannah's Grove's residents that is adjacent to Freeway Heights Drive. It takes multiple times for the red light to change before it's your turn to cross. There has been many accidents because of the extra traffic at this intersection of Norris Freeway and Emory Road. On April the 5th, I wasn't planning on going out that day, but I ended up seeing an accident where the car had flipped upside down at the intersection of Norris Freeway and Emory Road. Our neighborhood is a quiet neighborhood, and adding more than a single-family dwelling would be too much more traffic for our community. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. All right, applicant?
Firstly, I would like to allow you get out of here. I would like to thank you for allowing me this time out of your day to speak. I would also like to mention that this too is my first time speaking at a planning commission meeting and this process as a whole. And while I appreciate the opportunity to do so, I must ask the commission as well as the opposition to please forgive me in advance if I am unfamiliar with any questions or knowledge that you might have. If that is the case, I am more than happy to acquire those answers from someone who does. I would also like to finish my allotted time with the assurance that GLB Contractor is not one of the big players here in Knox County, buying up and building with no care to the community's values, much less the values and ways of life belonging to its beloved residents. I sat and read all of the comments, all 70 of them,
on the website before I wrote this. And I wanted to just clarify a few things. Yes, originally the plan was to put 9 units there. However, with the 2 dwelling units per acre, or 3 dwelling units per acre rather, I wanted to just clarify that these are just 1-bedroom cottages. They're not going to be 3 and 4 bedroom homes. They're not going to be a community there. It's 1-bedroom cottages. So even if there were, if there was allowed to have up to the 5 dwelling units per acre, that's what we were working on doing. We would be happy to just keep the 2 dwelling units per acre proposal because I understand that the road is quite narrow. And according to Mr. Snowden, the engineer, it would need to be widened to 16 feet. Okay. That being said, I thank you all for your time. I hope that an approval can be met that is beneficial to all parties involved. Thank you very much.
Commission? Vice Chair Uden.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the planned residential zone per staff recommendation with the density 2 per acre.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve planned residential with up to 12 dwelling units. Oh, my gosh. 2 dwelling units per acre, per staff recommendation. And that was by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Perez. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Moving on. Agenda item 34 requires 2 motions. What's that? Okay. Commissioner Higgins will be recusing himself. Applicant, Henson Development, location northwest side of Westland Drive, west of Watercrest Drive, east of Mont Acres Lane. 3.86 acres. Present plan designation and zoning is low-density residential, planned residential, and proposed plan designation zoning, medium-density residential, and planned residential. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land. Density proposed up to 12 dwelling units per acre. First motion, staff recommendation, approve the sector plan amendment to the MDR land use classification because it is consistent with the property's existing permitted density of 8 dwelling units per acre. Second motion, staff recommendation, deny the request to increase the planned residential zone density from 8 dwelling units per acre to 12 dwelling units per acre because it is incompatible with surrounding development and infrastructure. Is the applicant present?
I am.
All right. Do we have opposition? All right. Would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll defer, please.
All right. So if the opposition, let's see who we have signed up. Okay. Mr. Robinson, Robert Robinson.
Yes, I am Robert Robinson, and I have the privilege of being the president of the Highland Point Homeowners Association, and we're pretty much right across from the proposed development. We have about 80 units in our development with about 125 residents or so. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak here, and I appreciate how difficult it is to make decisions against competing viewpoints, et cetera. But our board of directors and the majority of our residents that I have talked with are opposed to the increase of density from 8 dwelling units per acre up to 12. And we are in agreement, though, with the staff recommendation of keeping it at 8. And the reasons are fairly straightforward. And if you look at the surrounding area, right now, looking at the zoning, the eight dwelling units per acre for this site in question is actually the highest density for about a half-mile radius. Our Highland Point HOA is probably the second highest with 7 units per acre, but we actually are less than 6, according to my colleague, I believe. So we think that going up to, and the surrounding area is actually even lower than that. So I think going to 12 would be inconsistent and not in character with the surrounding area. And probably the greatest reason is that we're fear that this could be the thin end of the wedge, so to speak, that if this were increased to 12, that this could set a precedent for encouraging other areas or allowing other areas to petition to go to 12 units per acre. And we've actually, I think in the past, according to what I found out, is that there has been other attempts in the immediate area around us to increase density to that kind of level. So again, we're opposed to the increase from 8 to 12, and we are in agreement with the staff recommendation to keep it at 8.
Thank you. All right. We have,
I did not sign up ahead of time, but I hope you'll give me just a couple minutes. My name is Elizabeth Tonkin.
all right. Commission, are you folks okay with that? Okay, proceed.
I live in Highland Point at 7907 High Heath, and I have lived there for nearly 20 years. Although we appreciate the planning staff's recommendation to limit density from 12 units per acre to 8, I'm not sure even that's great, because Westland, which is the only road through that area that this new proposed development will be going on, the traffic is terrible. The road is not in good condition, except for being recently repaved. There are no shoulders on either side. It's a narrow road. It's very curvy. There are ditches on both sides most of the way between Morel and Ebenezer. I'm concerned about the lack of appropriate ingress and egress from this new development. The county approved a number of years ago a large apartment and commercial development on the corner of Ebenezer and Westland that has increased significantly the amount of traffic on Westland. And those of us who live in Highland Point know that most of the time we can't turn left to get onto Westland to get out of our subdivision because there's so much traffic and there's not a good sight line to see the traffic that's coming very fast from the west to the east. So I ask that you certainly not approve any development that is over the 8 units.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Lilly, is Richard Lilly here? All right. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commission. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. I hope I can speak in complete sentences at this point in the day. Also, I want to apologize for my lack of decorum earlier. I did not mean to be disruptive in the back, so please forgive me for that. Staff's recommended the sector plan to MDR. This was rezoned to 8 dwelling units an acre in 2004, and the sector plan needed to be brought up to consistency with that rezoning. The request before you today is increasing the zoning from the current 8 dwelling units an acre that's already on the property to 12 dwelling units an acre. And just to put that into context, for this 3.86 acre parcel, we're talking about a difference of 16 potential units. And you know, when you go up and down Westland, this is probably the only tract that really is not already developed. So it's not exactly an infill development, but it's very close or similar to that style. You have a piece of property that has been rezoned for 8 dwelling units an acre for almost 20 years now, but there's been no real effort to develop it. There was a development plan that was approved in 2017 that never moved forward. And, you know, and I can't remember who said it during the agenda review, but if you're hunting for density, then why not look at an area like this that has existing infrastructure in place instead of pushing it out further? Those additional 16 units, we know the people are coming. We know the units are needed. We know they're going to have to go somewhere. As staff points out in the report, since 2000 and since the sector plan was adopted, I don't know exactly when that was, Knoxville's population has increased by approximately 7%. And I found some statistics that just related to the city, which the city's line is just to the north across the railroad track here, that since 2015, the city alone has added over 8,500 residents, with projections that it'll continue to grow as many as 1,800 residents per year. And by allowing this type of density in this area, you're really kind of increasing the housing stock, increasing the diversity of housing stock, because what would work best would be some small-scale townhomes, which there is a concept plan already prepared for this with the expectation of being able to get 12 units an acre. And you compare that concept plan to what was proposed in 2017, even though there are more units, there's less impervious area, there's more increased green space that can be preserved with the design, and it preserves much more of the privacy along the residents that are there around the property, which is interesting because I think at least 2 of the residents that live contiguous to the property wrote in on the comments they actually support this development. I know there were several comments in opposition, a lot from Highland Point across the street, but there were comments in favor of this, including the closest affected neighbor there to the north. And we all know there's a need for housing, so we look at, well, can this property, can it maintain the additional 16 units that are proposed? And the developer's architect reached out to Mr. Snowden and asked him that question, and especially with regard to the traffic on Highland, and if there was anything that could be done to increase the level of service along with the development. And I did send a copy of that email in my letter to you guys last week. And bottom line is what Mr. Snowden says: I wouldn't expect a noticeable decline in the level of service with the addition of the trips generated from your development, regardless of the densities proposed. So, but whether it's at 8 units an acre or 12 units an acre, there's not going to be any further decline in the level of services than is there. And this is a minor arterial street. It only has, it's 20 feet of pavement, but it's within a 52 feet to 63 feet right-of-way. And so there's an opportunity for it to be widened along the frontage of this road at this location as well. So again, instead of pushing this out, increasing sprawl into the rural areas, this is exactly the kind of scenario. In fact, I looked at the proposed map for Advanced Knox, and that map in Advanced Knox indicated this to be, this particular piece of property to be part of their suburban mixed residential, which is defined as similar to suburban residential, but with a greater mix of housing types, including attached housing and small-scale multifamily housing. So the processes we're trying to look at are earmarking places like this for increased density. And so respectfully, I'd ask that you find that 12 units an acre would be appropriate at this location. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
I have a question about a comment that came through that said that this property was going to be used for duplexes. Is that right? The comment said duplexes. I'd heard Mr. Mullins say townhomes, but
you could, and if you have my letter in front of you that I did send out, it was part of the comments as well. The proposed concept, and it's just a concept, it can change, but I mean, you go through the process to go ahead and try to design something, you're pretty much going to stick with it. These are townhomes. That kind of around a central courtyard area is what's been proposed. So we're looking at 1,500 to 1,800 square feet of townhomes there at that location.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the sector plan amendment to the MDR land use classification because it's consistent with the property's existing permitted density of 8 dwelling units per acre.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Adams to approve the sector plan amendment to MDR with up to 8 dwelling units per acre per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Huber. Commissioner Midas.
This is just the sector plan
Uh-huh.
amendment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
If I-
I have a comment about the zoning, rezoning.
Okay.
Yeah, the sector plan, the way the motion is read, sorry, is that because it is consistent with the property's existing permitted density of 8 dwelling units, that's just,
Okay, we're not
For
setting
the
the
sector
density
plan.
at the sector plan amendment. Okay,
Right,
that's
yes.
what I wanted to make
Thank you.
sure I understood.
Did I abbreviate something that caused confusion?
No.
Vice Chair Uten, did you have something?
I was gonna do the motion, so I'm good.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Chair, I did mention on Thursday that I was a little concerned in the rationale about the density between this particular piece and the one that we voted on previously on the half-built Shod Road. I did not oppose the PR on the Shod Road piece with my fellow commissioner here. It was just the density on that one, because there was, as that one gentleman said, there were no attached product out there at all. And that's a pretty high dense number for that area. Here, you're bookended in the main roads by some apartments. There's some apartments on Westland itself, not even on Ebenezer on the corner. You know, the piece across the street, Mr. Salamone built that a long, long time ago, and I thought that was one of the coolest developments that had been done close in west. And that was very dense for West Knoxville at the time. And I think he did a great job with that. Still one of the best developments I think I've seen around here. And I just think this is a great place for good, smart density. It backs up the railroad tracks. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the request 12 per the acre.
Second.
How many per acre?
12.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Vice Chair Uten to approve planned residential up to 12 dwelling units per acre. And we have a second by Commissioner Huber. All right, seeing no other lights other than Commissioner Huber's, we're going to go to a vote. Is that okay, Commissioner Huber? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Did I hear a no? Oh, Commissioner Midas had a no.
You give me a note too.
And Shelso,
Phillips.
Commissioner Shelso, Commissioner Phillips, 3 noes. Yes. All right. 12 dwelling units. We're almost home, I think. All right. Agenda item 39, applicant Schuler Crew Construction, location west side of Laurel Point Lane, south of Coward Mill Road. Approximate size tract, 648 by 12,761 square feet. Zoning, planned residential, existing land use, single-family residential, proposed use, peripheral setback reduction. Density proposed, 3 dwelling units per acre. Let's see here. This will require one motion, and the staff recommendations to approve the development plan to reduce the peripheral setback from 35 feet to 22 and a half feet in planned residential zone as depicted on the site plan, subject to the noted 2 conditions. Is the applicant present?
Is there opposition?
Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Run out of people. Please proceed.
I'm Karen Bricken. On behalf of Schuler Construction, Mr. Phillips became ill earlier today and had to leave. I'm also the property owner, and the request is to reduce the peripheral setback from 35 feet to 22 and a half feet to allow us to put a screened-in porch on the back of the house. We do not enjoy the setback that the internal lots enjoy of 15 feet. However, with our combined setback and the distance to Reagan Road, they're still about 55 feet from the back of the structure we propose to Reagan Road. The reason that our house sits back a little further from what I'm told by the homeowners association is that the original entrance into the development was lot 38. And when that was not allowed, then they put a house on that, which moved our house back in the planning stages. There was a previous, and you can see it in that picture, it's white, there was a previous structure on the back of the house, a covered porch. Apparently, it was not permitted. We've owned the house for about a year. We didn't know that. That has been torn down. The lot coverage with the planned addition is 32%, which meets Knox County's maximum of 50%. There will be no encroachment onto the TVA transmission line, which cuts across the very back corner of the lot. It is we have HOA approval of the plans for the structure, and it is the only available outdoor venue for my husband who is handicapped, and part of this construction will allow us to put a handicapped entrance exit into the back of the house.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
Well, I think this is kind of a tough one, but I'm going to make a motion to approve it.
Good.
Right.
Can I second that?
Unless
motion?
everybody wants to discuss it for a
Second.
little bit.
I asked Chair Uten, would you like to comment?
Other than I had my light on before Logan, and he got to,
Move previous question.
we're gonna,
That's the chair's prerogative to pick the order. Do you have a comment?
well, that was it.
Okay. Okay. So we have a motion. Let's see, who made the motion? Commissioner Higgins. We had a second by
Whoever.
Commissioner Phillips to approve. I've lost my place now because of Vice Chair Uten. Okay, to approve the development plan to reduce the peripheral setback per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to some other business here. It's time, yes.
There's some people here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Waiting for.
Okay. Are y'all waiting for 48, item 48?
Yes, they are.
Okay, all right. Let's move to item 47 and quickly get beyond it so that we can get to 48. So it's that time in the year to where I am appointing a nominating committee to present a slate of officers for the 2023-2024 term at the May 11th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting. And I would like to ask Commissioner Phillips, Commissioner Roth, and Commissioner Boyer to take on that task if you would. All right. What's that? Well, he's going to be rolling off. Oh, yeah, we can put him on that
That's why he
committee.
gets
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, let's go to item 48. Item 48, staff recommendation is, this is regarding a similar use determination for a metal recycling business in the industrial zone. Staff recommendation approve the use classification for the metal recycling business described in the description of operations, Exhibit A, as a use permitted on review in the industrial zone. And I'll let Mr. Reynolds take it from here.
All right. We went over this at the agenda review meeting, but just real quick. So this is a similar use determination. There was not a clear listed use for the for what they're wanting to do. But the industrial zone is obviously the most intense zone. This is an intense use. It should be allowed in the industrial zone, in our opinion. It's just a matter of whether it's more closely related to permitted uses in the industrial zone or uses permitted on, or those uses listed as a use permitted on review in the industrial zone. In staff's opinion, it's more closely related to a use permitted on review. And I can go into more detail if you'd like. It's outlined in the report, but I'd be happy to answer any questions about our recommendation.
The question is just, we're voting on whether this should be a use on review or by right.
Correct. I mean, technically, you could say that this doesn't really fit in the industrial zone at all, and it really fits in something else. But in reality, this is really an appropriate zone for the use. It's just a matter of how it should be approved.
Okay, the applicants are present.
We are, yes.
Okay, if you'll state your name and address, please.
I'm sorry, what was
If you'll
that?
state your name
Oh,
and address.
okay. Sorry, I'm Lydia Crabtree, and this is Anthony Dickens, who is a process safety person, process person. And we're representing the property at 2609 Asbury Road.
Any opposition? I don't see anybody. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So just to very briefly describe, this process is going to be a metal reclamation style facility. They will be receiving residue that has been shredded up at other metal sorting recycling facilities. Including, yes, thank you, including next door at SA Recyclers. So they will be providing, SA Recyclers will be providing the material that will be used at the Tom Paul Knoxville facility. So this process is proprietary. It's a very interesting and cool way of getting metals out of just shredded material to keep it from going into the landfill and to put it back into the consumer stream. And the process, as though it's proprietary, the equipment is very similar to that that's already in your approved list, such as landfill facilities, mining facilities, and some metal manufacturing facilities. Our process, we would argue, is even less intrusive to the environment because we will not be digging into the ground. All of our materials will be stored on surface level. We won't have equipment with substantial coolant or oil-based materials. Most of the process is going to operate with water. So if you guys have any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
May I
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
May I give a brief, just a brief synopsis of the process? It's a wet process. You have next door is a shredder that is producing, that produces dust and stuff. So this is a wet process. We're separating, we intercept the auto shredder residue, the fluff that they're going to take to landfill, and we just remove the remaining metals out of that fluff through a wet process, settling screws and stuff like that. So we're working with screw conveyors, belt conveyors, feeders, various typical industrial equipment. So it's a unique process.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Smith. Oh,
Well,
go ahead.
I didn't mean to have my light on. You know what?
Yeah.
I have a thought, but I'll.
Okay. Commissioner Smith.
Just one quick question, and since you said it is a wet process, I remember in agenda review the other day, once everything's shredded, I think it said it was a covered bunker where all the stuff. So my only question is, because it just triggered my mind, that computers and things like that could also be shredded, which I know it's very fine, but mercury does exist in some of those computers. So in the water filtration process, are you able to get all of the mercury out? I just want to make sure nothing is being released, especially as close as you are to the river there, that nothing is being put back in that could potentially harm our community.
So the pad location for all the equipment is all funneled to 4 different sumps that, so our process water is completely captured. We collect rainwater. We'll be trying to collect all the rainwater we can, so we don't have to pull out from the well or ask the city for water for the makeup water. We'll end up putting a couple of 20-foot diameter, 20-foot tall tanks on site, 200,000 gallons apiece, to collect as much of the rainwater, stormwater, as we can. And I know that just the 100-year flood, I believe, is like in that area is 200,000 gallons. So I was wanting the pad to hold double that, and and the 2 water tanks to essentially hold double that. So we have excessive capacity for water holding, for production as well as for storm events.
The water
Com-
will have to be tested regularly, so.
Sorry, speaking on the mic.
Yeah, sorry.
Go for it.
I was just going to clarify, we are already talking with TDEC, and so we understand that we will need to design a process for characterizing our water and verifying that it is okay to discharge in the event that we have to have an emergency discharge. But as Anthony was pointing out, the facility should operate at a net water.
Commissioner Shelso.
I move to approve the use classification for this recycling business as a use permitted on review as per staff recommendation.
Second. We've got a motion to approve as a use on review by Commissioner Shelso, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. One other comment, I want to make sure, and I know it's late, Mr. Reynolds, we had talked something about could be potential excessive noise, and there could be conditions placed on this to mitigate the noise.
I guess I could, point to the applicant. You mentioned that there's the ball mill that is part of this, and I know that was a pretty noisy operation. This was intended to be inside, and there's ways to mitigate noise and see how you can address that.
Yes, so, and this is something we can include in additional information. We were able to pull noise data from a facility that operates similar equipment in a similar setup as this. The noise sampling is not exactly apples to apples. They were monitoring employee exposure levels rather than noise mapping. However, we can extrapolate from that data that the nearest place where the location of the equipment would be close to the road, at the road we would already be down below 67 decibels. So while the equipment can be noisy, we will have engineering controls in place, such as lining inside the ball mill, which will keep it from being quite as noisy. And then just based on data that we have, it should not be a significant issue.
Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. That was very in line with what I was thinking when we were first started discussions. And I was going to ask, because I believe in agenda review, it was mentioned that it's a 24-hour process. Is that correct?
Yeah, they can run it 20 hours a day. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he asked if it's going to be run 24 hours a day.
I believe they will plan on doing 2 shifts.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the initial startup is to do 2 8-hour shifts.
Okay.
So it could at some point become operational 24 hours a day, but that is not the current plan.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, Mike, this is, with this approval, then they will come back with a use on review. Is that correct?
Correct. If it's if the determination that that it should be considered a use permitted on review, will come back through use on review.
Okay. So I would just say during that use on review process, especially with the noise levels, I think it would be really good to, even with not just looking at the measurements and the calculations you have, but also trying to make some efforts for active noise prevention from neighboring properties and whatnot. So, and especially if it's going to be a round-the-clock type of thing. So that's all. Thanks.
We've got a motion and a second to approve per staff recommendation. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries and we are adjourned.